All right, please welcome to the stage the Honorable former Colorado State Senate President and Colorado's first Latino Senate President, Leroy Garcia.
Good morning, Pueblo. Good morning. Hello, Pueblo, and thank you so much for having me join you. Given how special Pueblo is, we are beyond happy to welcome you to our beloved city. Welcome, Colorado Democrats. For everyone who is able, please rise for the honor guard to present the colors. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Colorado Democrats, please help me recognize and thank the Pueblo Police Honor Guard and Pueblo County Sheriff's Honor Guard. Democrats, you can be seated. Please, thank you for being so patient with us. Without further ado, please let me welcome to the stage our beloved party chair, Colorado Democratic Party Chair, Shad Mumbrai.
Welcome to Pueblo, Democrats. How are we doing? My name is Shad Muir, and I'm the chair of the Colorado Democratic Party. Thank you all for being here. Are you ready to beat Donald Trump this November and kick the Republicans out of the House of Representatives and out of the U.S. Senate? Folks, we have a long day of business ahead of us, and then we have a No Kings rally this afternoon that will start around 2:30. We encourage you all to go and join our fellow Coloradans and our fellow residents of Pueblo in sending a message to the MAGA movement and Donald Trump that we will not back down. So today you're going to hear from amazing elected officials, community leaders, and candidates. And before we get started, will any veterans or service members with us please stand if you're able to be recognized by this body? Now, we have many delegates here. We also have many guests. A brief housekeeping before we get started. If you are a guest, when you see QR codes up to vote, please don't vote. Please make sure that we only let our delegates participate in today's activities. We are really grateful that you're here observing and participating and making sure that our democratic process works wonderfully. So thank you to the guests for being here. So to hype us up for the day, I always like to get a little inspiration before we get into some of this business. Like I said, we're going to hear from some amazing leaders. But for our first guest, we are lucky to not just have one of the savviest and most strategic senators to welcome us here to Pueblo. We're also lucky that he is the current Senate president, and it makes me sleep a lot easier at night. Please help me welcome President James Coleman to the stage.
Good morning, Colorado Democrats! Are you fired up? Are you ready to go? When I say let's, you say do this. Let's. Do this. Let's. Do this. Now, you know I love all y'all. But I got to give a shout out to Denver. Is Denver in the house? Thank you so much to Shad, to Indira, to Scott, to Ron, to Andy, to Karen. Can we give it up for our leadership team, y'all? Give it up. Now, let me start by posing a question. What is the point of having power if we do nothing with it? We are not gathered in this room by accident. We are here because we believe in something bigger than ourselves. We believe in a Colorado where hard work is rewarded, where dignity is protected, and where opportunity is not reserved for just a few, but extended to all. That is who we are as Democrats. Delegates, you need to understand how important you being here today actually is. The work you're doing is going to ensure that we keep and protect our majorities in the state of Colorado. And as you've heard it been said, it's going to make sure that we take back Washington, D.C. Now, I speak from personal experience. Being in a split legislature was not fun. It meant that every bill we passed as Democrats died in the other chamber. In the Senate today, we have a 5-vote majority. Yeah, let's give it up. In the House, we have a 21-vote majority where I get to serve. Where I get to serve with the greatest speaker of all time, Judy McCluskey. Now, as easily as we have it now, it can be taken away. Unless we continue to do the work that we have as majorities. We must remember the work of those before us and let their actions remind us of who we are as Democrats and who we should aspire to be. And let me not forget, it is Women's History Month, is it not? We must remember the work of Polly Baca, who in 1980 introduced the first equal pay legislation in the history of Colorado, creating a path for us as a state to ensure worker protections. We must remember the work of Senator Gloria Tanner, who championed the senior homestead property tax exemption, recognizing that the people who built this state deserve to stay in it. We also must remember the work of Joan Fitzgerald, who in 2004, as Senate President, helped transition the Senate to Democratic control for the first time in 40 years. This is our foundation. This is our responsibility. Because being a Democrat, y'all, it ain't about holding power. It's about intentionally using it for the betterment of all people. It's about fighting for working families, protecting our most vulnerable, expanding opportunity, and making sure the next generation has more than the last. It's about showing up, as you all have here today, doing the work, and never taking a single majority or a single voter for granted. As Democrats, we must continue to fight for diversity. We must continue to fight for our immigrant community members. We must continue to fight to keep Colorado affordable for all and not just the few. The truth is, our majority is not guaranteed, it is earned. Every door knocked, every conversation had, every person brought into this movement, if we lose that majority, we lose the ability to deliver on the very values that brought us here. So, I ask you again, what is the point of having power if we do nothing with it? Today, Today, help us remember who we are. Help us fight for what we believe in. And together, let's do the work to keep Colorado moving forward today, tomorrow, generations to come. And when I say let's, you say do this. Let's. Do this. Let's. Do this. God bless y'all.
Give it up again for Senator James Coleman, please. Next, we are going to welcome some incredible leadership. I am so thrilled that we're here in Pueblo, Colorado. I am so thrilled that we have some of the best leadership in the state right here among us from counties across the state. But please join me in welcoming a particularly wonderful pair here, Chair Nick Voss and Vice Chair Sidney Haney of the Pueblo County Democrats.
Hey, Sid.
Hey, Nick.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. A millennial and a Gen Zer walk up to the mic at the Colorado Democrat Assembly.
Sounds like the start to a bad joke.
Yeah, but you know what's not a joke? What the heck is happening in our nation today?
Don't worry, we have a plan.
A plan to do what?
A plan to protect democracy, and it starts right here today.
Woo! Look how many people are here to participate in democracy. Now let's fight to protect it.
Yes, we must protect the right to vote. We must protect our mail-in ballot system we have here in Colorado.
As Democrats, we are here today because we have an opportunity to select real partners, not just champions, but elected officials that are going to work with all of us in this room to break down systems of oppression, provide greater access, and improve our systems of government.
Yes. We need to protect what we love, and what we love is all of our communities.
That's right. We know all of you here today love your communities just like we love Pueblo.
No matter if we're black or white or brown.
No matter our education, our income, or our zip code.
We all want the same thing, resources to be able to survive and thrive.
As I said, that's why we're Democrats, for breaking down systems of oppression,
to protecting a woman's right to choose,
to allowing workers to join and form unions,
to bargain over working conditions and wages,
to protect all our neighbors, even if they don't yet have a roof over their head.
Yes. So however you came to call Colorado home, we're here to fight for everybody.
Either here in Pueblo's historic Memorial Hall,
or on the streets with no kings.
welcome to Uniontown.
Welcome to the home of green chili.
To the home of heroes.
To the Steel City of the West.
To the gateway to the Southwest.
To the future.
Welcome to Pueblo!
We are so lucky to have leaders like Nick and Sidney in Pueblo, am I right? All right. So before we begin, I want to take a moment to recognize everyone who made today possible. The Colorado Democratic Party has a wonderful leadership team. First Vice Chair Indira Dugarala, Second Vice Chair Scott Mangino, Treasurer Andy Yaste, Interim Secretary Ron Meehan, our Rules Chair Tim Kubik, our Credentials Chair Sasha Davis, our Platform Chair Jennifer Hancock, and our amazing parliamentarian Gail Drexler. Thank you for your leadership and service. Also with us today is the inspirational truth teller and someone we learn from every day. Governor Roy Romer is with us here today. Hi, Governor. To our county chairs and organizers, you're the reason our process works. You show up, you solve problems, and keep things moving, so thank you, county leaders. And to our delegates, thank you for stepping up. This only works because of you. And 1 in 4 of you in this room as a delegate are under the age of 40. We have tripled the amount of young delegates in this room since 2022. And as President John F. Kennedy said, the future promise of any nation can be directly measured by the present prospects of its youth. And so the young people in this room are ready to take their country back. And to our candidates, thank you for your leadership and for putting yourselves and your loved ones through what can only be lovingly described as something no one should ever have to go through, a Democratic primary. To our staff and volunteers, thank you for the long hours it takes to pull something like this together. This isn't easy work, but it matters, and it happens because of you, so thank you for being here. We're also privileged to partner with some incredible organizations here to make this happen. The Colorado AFL-CIO, AFSCME Colorado, Planned Parenthood Votes, Act Blue, Giffords PAC. Thank you for supporting our efforts to take the party out of Denver and into Southern Colorado. This is what a state assembly should feel like. So we have over 1,500 people representing the whole of Colorado counties in this room right now. Can you name another time that Colorado has felt this represented by the Democratic Party in one place at one time? I can think of only one more, maybe coming in 2028 in Denver, because Colorado is once again a finalist to host the Democratic National Convention, where we will take back the White House and end this era of MAGA once and for all. And I know how big a commitment being here was today. For many of you, it was a haul. You drove, you either hitched a ride, or you wound your way down on one of the many buses that brought delegates down, but you made it. And it may not have been easy, but you're here. I was heartened to see people make new friends at parties last night, people who broke bread, shared a beer, and talked about the future of our state. And that's what today is all about, because nothing worthwhile is easy. Democracy is not easy, and keeping it is proving to be even harder. And so this assembly and this moment are too important to have anywhere else. Pueblo was built by people who worked. Steelworkers, miners, railroad workers, people who bled for the right to organize, who went on strike knowing they might lose everything and did it anyway because they believed in something bigger than themselves. And this city has stood at a crossroads. It's been at the crossroads of Colorado's story since 1842. It has survived floods, hard times, and economic times, good and bad, that rolled in and out. It has always gotten back up. And as our Pueblo County Chair, Nick Voss, put it best, Pueblo is a town of optimism. It's the perfect stage to bridge the history of Colorado's Democratic Party with the tough conversations about what the future looks like. And so again, that's why we're here, not because it was convenient, but because it's real. That Pueblo represents the Democratic Party is not an accident that we're hosting this event here today. Pueblo has fought for us in the past, and we must fight for it once again. And so we need to be real with each other right now. We're living through a moment that's going to be judged by history. Families are being torn apart. Kids are being put in cages. People are being ripped apart from the communities they love. And even if you try to look away from the horrors of the Trump administration that many people are living through personally, you're feeling it at the gas pump. You're feeling it at the grocery store and the pharmacy. It is clear what we're up against, and it is not each other. The billionaires and their allies in Congress, like Jeff Hurd, who allegedly represents this area, Gabe Evans, Lauren Boebert, and Jeff Crank, they pretend to care about people like us, but won't even show up for a town hall. It is shameful and it's wrong, and we have the power to kick every single one of them out this November. And so, Colorado, we are the spear tip of democracy and the path back to democratic power in Washington. The entire nation is looking to us to lead. And so some say our party's in crisis, but I say we're at a crossroads. And the path we choose right now in rooms like this one will determine what comes next. There are those who say, just wait, let's let it fall apart, let America suffer until it stumbles back into its former glory. There are those who think we can just wait Donald Trump out. But if you're in this room, you know that is not who we are. And it is not how we win. We do not wait for our country to collapse. We build, we roll up our sleeves, we fight, and we will not rest until we win. And folks, Colorado has already been a crucial part of that story. In 2024, pundits called Colorado a blue island in a red wave. 30 counties, including Republican-leaning ones in rural areas, moved towards the Democratic Party in our state. Our results accounted for 10% of the entire nation's leftward shift where it happened. We held the legislature. We delivered our electoral votes by double digits while we watched other states allegedly in a blue wall collapse. But we also saw some cracks in the armor. We had a couple narrow wins. We had a few close losses, and a congressional seat we are damn sure winning back in November in northern Colorado. We don't make excuses. Guys, none of you in this room make excuses. We prepare. Today, we have an opportunity to overhaul our platform into something that we can talk about with our neighbors, not just in party meetings. Clear, concise, and meaningful. We're modernizing how we organize by introducing digital tools to our volunteers and campaigns that bring the best practices to rural and urban areas alike. And after getting shellacked online and in digital spaces by Republicans across the country, we've reorganized our entire approach to communications and party building. And in less than a year, we've tripled our online following and have earned over 130 million views online, shaping the message to support the policy outcomes that make life better for Coloradans. And after this caucus and assembly, we've grown our ranks of precinct organizers by the hundreds, increasing our capacity and guaranteeing deeper organizing in every single corner of our state this year. And so you are stepping up nationally into leadership and showing the path forward for the country. Our Colorado County comeback last year delivered thousands of dollars from the state party directly into the coffers of county parties because our leaders on the ground know best how to use those dollars, organize, and win. And we cannot win in rural or Republican areas by managing campaigns from Denver or Washington, D.C. We win them when we empower local leaders with resources, tools, and dollars who know their backyards best. And that work has set a precedent because now the DNC is sending $1 million per month to state parties, echoing our approach. And so, Colorado's leading the way. It's a lot of pressure, but my friends, there has never been a better time to be a Colorado Democrat. There's also never been more pressure to lead. And that's what this assembly is about, embracing that pressure to lead. This is not a formality, it's a declaration. It's a declaration that when we show up in places that know how to fight, like Pueblo, which has been a battleground for working people for generations, it is our opportunity to learn from those community leaders. If you walk away from today remembering one thing, remember this. The only thing standing in the way between Donald Trump giving more handouts to his billionaire buddies and us building a country that rebuilds the middle class, the only thing standing in the way of Donald Trump ripping more kids away from their parents and us building a humane immigration system, of Donald Trump. We'll have an opportunity to talk about that. Eroding our Constitution and us protecting our democracy and our freedoms is us. We are the only thing standing in the way. So whether you're a moderate, whether you're a progressive, or somewhere in between, you belong in this room and you belong in the Democratic Party today. We can only win when we do it together. The candidates you'll hear from today are running because they believe, as you do and as I do, that this state and this country are worth fighting for. So we're going to get to work. Let's make this assembly worthy of this city, worthy of this moment, and worthy of every Colorado Democrat who got us here. Thank you, Pueblo, for welcoming us. Thank you all for being here. And so, without further ado, this meeting is now called into order. To begin, I would like to welcome our Credentials Chair, Sasha Davis.
I love you too. First and foremost, I want to thank all of you for your patience and your positivity this morning. We have never processed 1,500 people in an hour and a half. 2.5 hours, sorry. You were amazing, and thank you to our credentials team who got you guys processed so quickly. I want to go ahead and take a moment to acknowledge a point of our process that could be painful for our trans and non-binary delegates who have not had the chance to change your name legally yet. Because our work today is putting names onto a primary ballot, we must certify your vote with your legal name as it appears on your ID, even if it is your dead name. I just want to make sure that you know we recognize this. We know it sucks. We don't not care. We do care. We just don't have a process to make that work for you. I just want to ensure that you know that a paperwork requirement does not diminish who you are. You mean a lot. Yes. All right. Additionally, for all of the Johns, Mikes, Mannys, Robs, Bettys, Pattys, Pams, and Barbs here today, you must also vote with your legal first and last name as it appears on your voter registration. When you put doctor, when you put junior, when you put your nickname in parentheses, it slows down the ballot count. And we're going to be counting 1,300 ballots today. So, full first name, full last name, nothing else. We are going to be using Google ballots today, which I think all of you are familiar with. Thank you, Google. Yes. It's the same ballot you have used for everything you've ever done with us. As long as you get your name in there correctly, we are good to go. As you vote, please keep in mind that results are not going to be posted immediately. We do still have to go through and make sure that only the people who are certified to vote, vote. It does take us a little bit, but it is better than the 9 hours it takes to count paper. Keep that in mind. When we are able, we will provide partial results the second that we feel solid that these numbers will not change when we do an audit. We will let you know. We'll communicate that fast. We don't want to be here all day either. Thank you for your help getting our work done efficiently today, very much. So my actual job here today is, our assembly is composed of 1,483 delegates. We are required 40% to have quorum, or 594 delegates. There's a few more of you here than that. It is the pleasure of the credentials room to announce at this time we have present in person and by proxy 1,331 delegates. You may proceed with business. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair Davis. I'm also now pleased to welcome Chair Tim Kubik to report on the committee of the permanent organization. Chair Kubik.
Thank you, Chair Murray, and let's give it up again for Sasha Davis, our credentials chair, for her outstanding work. My good friend. I'm honored today to be able to present the Permanent Organization Report, which contains the rules for today's assembly, including designating the presiding officers, our quorum count, which we just heard about, speaking times, and procedures. The PermOrg report was created by volunteers from around the state, working with a draft template version from other assemblies in the past, and modifying it accordingly to accommodate all of the delegates in person today. It was approved without any minority reports, and as the report of the Permanent Organization Committee is a report of a permanent committee, it does not require a motion to be considered for approval. A reminder, however, that once approved in this body, CDP rules make it clear that a change in the agenda or the rules will require a 2/3 supermajority to vote to suspend. With that, I turn it back to Chair Shad Murray.
Thank you, Chair. The report has been moved. The Chair will entertain a motion to adopt by unanimous consent. So moved. Is there a second? Is there any objection to adopting the report? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Okay, before we get to the primary business of the day, we do have another special message from someone who has supported our state with everything he's got during his time as chair of the Minnesota DFL, the president of our state party association, and now we're lucky to call him our DNC chair. Please give it up for Ken Martin.
Hello, Colorado Democrats. DNC Chair Ken Martin here. I wanted to pass along my best wishes as you come together for your state nominating assembly in Pueblo. To my friend Chair Shad Marib and Vice Chair Indira Dugarella, and to all the state party members and officials, thank you for the work you do to keep Colorado blue. Now, it wasn't always this way. Just a few cycles ago, Coloradans split their ticket and elected Republicans to statewide office. But just as there is no such thing as a permanent blue state, there is no such thing as a permanent red state. Because of your hard work, Colorado has become a shining example of what we can accomplish when we organize our neighbors, invest in down-ballot races, and deliver an economy that works for everyone, not just those at the top. Today, you'll nominate candidates who will keep this progress going. And it's critical work, and I want to thank you for getting involved. Thank you for helping to shape the direction of our party and ensure that we don't just cater to insiders and billionaires, but that we actually listen to and show up for folks at the local level. Now, friends, we have just 220 days until the November election. Democrats are on the offense, and the wind is at our back. But as we build this momentum, we know that momentum alone doesn't knock on doors, make calls, or register voters. We do. We have to deliver the future we know is possible. We have to put in the work every single day for the next 220 days. So let's get out there and do it. Thank you for all that you've already done and all that you will do to make sure that we win this November.
Love Chair Martin. We are now ready to proceed with candidate nominations. We will start with the state treasurer's race. Candidates have been chosen by random and are lined up in the order they will be nominated. John Mikos may join us on stage along with his supporters. Folks, please join me in welcoming John Mikos for State Treasurer. You'll have 5 minutes collectively, starting when you start speaking, and the chair recognizes John Mikos, Kimberly Gold, and Mary Dodd.
Power to the people. I heard we want a revolution, and we better get started right away. So let's get on with it with today's first and most important nomination for your next state treasurer, John Mikos. Well, hey, Dems. I'm Kimberly Gold, Colorado Springs City Council member, and I'm proud to nominate John because he's more than a man of words. He's a man of action. As a Black and Korean woman and parent to a queer me-nager, some of you share my pain, John has shown up for me personally and professionally. When I was the Black Chamber of Commerce president, John co-hosted an Access to Capital event, connecting us to state resources many of us had no knowledge of. He showed up for me, he showed up for our community, and most importantly, he'll show up for you.
I'm Mary from Montezuma County, the farthest county from Pueblo and Denver, where John came to visit and went to a forum about our rural hospital because rural Colorado matters to John. And he didn't start at the top. He volunteered from the ground up, from precinct organizer to county party officer, just like so many of us in this room. I'm honored to second his nomination for state treasurer.
Thank you both, and good morning, fellow Democrats. My name is John Mickus, and I am a lifelong, grassroots, progressive Democrat with extensive business management experience. I was raised in a family of educators and social workers who taught me the value of service. And I joined the Army to pay for college. I enlisted as a private. And I worked my way through the ranks, retiring as a lieutenant colonel. And I gained valuable management experience managing complex budgets. And I used my GI Bill benefits to get an economics degree and an MBA in finance. And I have the management experience to hit the ground running as your next state treasurer. And as treasurer, I will sound the alarm whenever there is a threat to the economic security of our state. And right now, that threat is Tabor. Tabor is warping state finances. Quite frankly, it has become a shield for some of the wealthiest Coloradans to avoid paying their fair share. I applaud and I fully support the current efforts to decouple education from the Tabor cap. And I also believe we need a graduated income tax in Colorado. Tabor locks us into a flat tax, so a person of very wealthy means pays the same tax rate as a person of very modest means, and that is wrong. I will campaign to make the case why folks making over $500,000 a year can afford to pay a little more. So we can fund things like infrastructure and public education. And on education, hear me. Public funds are for public education. Public funds should not be used to pay for private schools. I stand against these backdoor voucher schemes to funnel public funds to private schools. Listen, we must invest in Colorado. As treasurer, I will direct more of our pooled funds to be invested here in Colorado to help build urgently needed infrastructure, including affordable housing. And this will be a catalyst for good-paying jobs. And as we build this infrastructure, we must keep our sisters and our brothers in the labor movement at the table from the beginning. And listen, it is time to sign the Worker Protection Act into law now. This year, we must. And in that mix should be public banking. Public banking is the best way to drive economic empowerment to communities, both rural and urban, that historically have not had equal access to capital. As a start, I will work with counties and municipalities that want to establish local public banks so we can prove out public banking here in Colorado. Remember, all Coloradans should have access to housing they can afford. Everyone should be paid a living wage for their work. And we all deserve a dignified retirement. The state treasurer manages programs, direct investments, and influences policies that impact each of these. And that is why I am running to be your next state treasurer. My name is John Mickes. I ask for your support. I ask for your vote today as a delegate. Thank you very much.
Safely down those stairs, guys. Safely down. Sorry.
It's all good.
Watch your step. Do it as quick. Yes. As quickly as possible. Thank you. Safely.
Good to see you. That was fun. That's great. All right, John Mickes has been properly nominated. Senator Jeff Bridges may join us on stage along with his supporters.
This is the moment, tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over, so we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. And we go back. This is the moment, tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over, so we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Now, I could get thank you, yeah. I'm so damn grateful. I grew up really wanna go fronts, but that's what you get when Wu-Tang raised you. Y'all can't stop me. Go hard like I gotta eat up it in my heartbeat. And I'm eating at the beat like it gave a little speed to a great white shark on shark. We raw. Gonna go up, gone. Deuces goodbye. I got a world to see. My girl, she wanna see Rome. See, so make you a believer. Nah, I never ever did it for a throne. That validation comes from giving it back to the people. Now, sing a song and it goes like, raise those hands. This is our party. We came here to live life like nobody was watching. I got my city.
Oh, we got the, oh, wow.
This is the moment, tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over, so we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. And we go back. This is the moment, tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over, so we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Now, can I kick it? Thank you, yeah. I'm so damn grateful. I grew up really wanna go fronts, but that's what you get when Wu-Tang raised you. Y'all can't stop me. Go hard like I gotta eat up it in my heartbeat. And I'm eating at the beat like it gave a little speed to a great white shark on shark. We raw. Gonna go up, gone.
All right.
I got a world to see. My girl.
Thank you, Senator Jeff Bridges. You'll have 5 minutes collectively, starting when you start speaking. The chair now recognizes Senator Jeff Bridges, Kerry Kennedy, and Majority Leader Monica Duran.
Good morning, Colorado Democrats. I'm Kerry Kennedy, your former state treasurer. It's great to see you all. I served as state treasurer during the Great Recession. So I know how challenging, how tough this job can be. And I know that it requires skill and experience, which is why I'm here this morning to nominate Jeff Bridges to serve as your next treasurer. I've worked with Jeff for over a decade while he served as chairman of the Joint Budget Committee, and I know he will protect your money and invest in our priorities. It is my honor and privilege to be here to nominate Jeff Bridges as Colorado State Treasurer.
Hello, everyone. I am Monica Duran. I am your Democratic House Majority Leader. And I proudly represent Jefferson County. Yeah, shout out, Jeffco. I see Jeff at the Capitol every day, so I know he cares deeply and he fights like hell for working families. Trust Jeff. I trust Jeff to deliver to our communities as treasurer, and I proudly second that nomination.
Hello, Colorado Democrats. I'm State Senator Jeff Bridges, and I am running for treasurer because Colorado faces an unprecedented financial crisis caused by Trump and Tabor. Booze, that's right. I feel this every day as a member of Colorado's Joint Budget Committee, where we decide on every dollar that is spent of your state taxes. We have to make the decision about what Colorado can afford and what we can't afford. And over the last 2 years, we have had to cut to the bone. Not once, not twice, but 3 different times. And it's not because we don't have the financial resources. It is because our state is under attack from Trump and our hands are tied by Tabor. This fiscal crisis won't solve itself, but we can use the Treasurer's office to fight back. Because right now, there are billions of Colorado dollars spread across the country in national investments. It is time to bring that money home and put it to work here in Colorado, solving our affordability crisis. Instead of Wall Street, I'll invest in Colorado companies creating Colorado jobs. Instead of Washington, I'll invest in cities and counties here in Colorado that are building the infrastructure that we need for our economy to thrive. And instead of national mortgage-backed securities, I'll invest in housing in Colorado so that folks like nurses, teachers, and firefighters can live in the communities that they serve. This isn't just a vision, it's a job description. And the challenges we face are too urgent to wait for someone to learn on the job. Our next treasurer needs to be ready to deliver, needs to be ready to invest Colorado dollars in Colorado on day one. That takes 3 qualifications. First, expertise in our state's extraordinarily unique fiscal structures created by Tabor. And that's not something you learn in a classroom. You only learn that by doing the work. I have lived it on the Budget Committee, navigating cash funds, enterprise authorities, and more. The second thing we need is a demonstrated ability to deliver. I built the coalition that delivered full-day kindergarten, that delivered paid sick leave, that delivered more than $1 billion for para. The Center for Effective Lawmaking named me the most effective senator in Colorado because I don't just talk about change, I make it. And number 3, the courage to lead against Tabor. I am already working with teachers across this state on the single biggest challenge to Tabor since its inception that will deliver billions of dollars for our public schools. Knowing our fiscal systems, delivering change within them, and leading the fight against Tabor. That is what we need in our next treasurer, and that is what I bring. We have to make a Colorado that works for everyone. We know the challenges. We have the tools. We just need to be ready to use them. I am, and that is why I am running for state treasurer, because I am ready to invest Colorado dollars in Colorado on day one. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jeff Bridges. Jeff Bridges has been properly nominated. Representative Brianna Titone may now join us on stage along with her supporters.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. And if you threw a party, invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the card attached would say, thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. And if you threw a party, invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the card attached would say, thank you for being a friend.
Folks, please join me in welcoming Representative Brianna Titone for State Treasurer. You'll have 5 minutes collectively, starting when you start speaking, and the chair recognizes Brianna Titone, Eric Proctor, and Representative Yara Zakai.
Good morning, Democrats. My name is Eric Proctor. I'm from Jefferson County. It is my honor to place into nomination the name of Representative Brianna Titone for the office of Colorado State Treasurer. Senator Paul Wellstone said, we all do better when we all do better. And I believe we all do better when we hear from all the voices of this party. Let's have a primary and open up this process to all Democrats across Colorado. Let's have a primary for all of our neighbors who are working paycheck to paycheck and wondering if this American dream is still alive for them as they look to our party to fix a broken economy and to fight for economic justice. Let's have a primary, because progressives are the reason this party succeeds, and Democrats don't lose elections because we're too progressive. We lose elections when we stop standing up for all those who are suffering and for all the voices in this party. My friends, please join your voice with mine and cast in your vote for a champion for all those whose cares have been our concern, Representative Brianna Titone.
Hello, Democrats. I'm Representative Yara Zakai, state rep from Fort Collins. And it is my honor to second the nomination for Brianna Titone. As Colorado's first trans-elected official, Brianna has been a national leader in the movement for LGBTQ rights. Now is the time for politics that is bold and challenges the status quo. Representation that says we will fight for our neighbors living paycheck to paycheck. Representation that says we will abolish ICE. And representation that lifts up the voices of community members that so often are not given a seat at the table. From serving alongside Brianna, I know that she is a fighter, and this is the moment to support a grassroots candidate not backed by giant corporate dollars. And so I ask you to join me in supporting Brianna Titone for treasurer.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for being a Dem. My name's Brianna Titone, and you might know me as a stand-up comedian and a legislator, but my career started much longer before that as a geochemist. I understand the ground we walk on. As a software developer, I understand the modern world of today, and I believe in the working-class backbone of Colorado. In 2018, no one believed the trans person could win in a red district like mine. But I, as a volunteer firefighter, I was taught that the impossible is just a matter of perspective. I won by earning trust, and I kept it by putting the public good above the corporate interests. Being a true progressive means standing up for the marginalized and refusing corporate money, even when I'm the only one in the room doing it. That's how I lead. My greatest assets are my multiple science degrees. Scientists don't guess, they verify. We look at the data until the truth reveals itself. And when I'm examining public finance as the vice chair of the Finance Committee and on appropriations, I verify all the time. And as the vice chair of the Joint Technology Committee, I take my oversight role very seriously. I found an unsupervised bank account in the Office of Information Technology that even the Budget Committee didn't know what the balance was. They had $36 million that they didn't need, that they overbilled for. And I said, you have to give that back to help us balance the budget. And they did, finally, after a year and a half of pressuring them. That's what real oversight looks like. These millions are now not in the dark. They're being used to actually balance the budget. But my ideas yield results. I'm proposing now a state student loan program. This is going to be for teachers and nurses and accountants who the federal government doesn't say is professional anymore. This is the first step to a public bank. I will be bringing transparency to the investments of the Treasury, and I'm going to scrutinize the private equity that's invested in Para to be sure that it's fully funded. And I'm fighting for you for the graduated income tax, so the 1% of the top are paying for the 99% of us. Tabor has to go. And as a national leader against regulating AI, I believe we have an opportunity. We have to protect the job losses that AI is going to bring. And that's why I'm proposing a technology dividend. The big tech companies need to share the wealth generated by the AI computing to fund a Treasury infrastructure build authority that is Tabor exempt. And this will build new jobs and infrastructure across the state. We have to protect the workers of today by using the silicon to build the steel right here in Colorado and in Pueblo. Friends, today you have an opportunity to choose the vision of our state's future. And if you want to have another Bennett or Hickenlooper, then you pick my opponent. But if you want someone who is a scientist who will put your tax dollars and treat them like a precious resource, that's the person you want. You deserve to have trust. You deserve accountability and integrity. And you deserve a public servant, not a politician. I'm Brianna Titone, and I'm asking you for your nomination for for state treasurer, and I thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Representative Brianna Titone. You have been properly nominated. In fact, thank you all treasurer candidates. Like I said, you have all been properly nominated. So look, folks, like I said at the beginning of this meeting, I want to thank the organizational partners who made this possible. And I want you to hear from some of these folks. Our first partner is a true ally, helping us recruit candidates, draft our platform, pass legislation, and remind ourselves of our party's commitment to working people. And so please join me in welcoming Dennis Doherty from the Colorado AFL-CIO.
Keep on rocking me, baby. I went from Phoenix, Arizona, all the way to Tacoma, Philadelphia, Atlanta, LA.
Good morning, Colorado Dems. How we doing? Got to start off with the chant because we're in Uniontown, and even if you're not a member of a union, you are an honorary member today. When I say union, you say power. Union! Power. Union! Power. So we represent 185 unions across the state and over 130,000 workers. Firefighters, teachers, truck drivers, nurses, steel workers right here in Pueblo, and more. And as you know right now, workers are under attack. President Trump has stripped collective bargaining rights for 1 million federal workers. Right here in Colorado, only 5.9% of the population are members of unions. This is far below the national average, which is 10%, and even further behind Democratic trifecta states. Why? Because our labor laws at the state level are broken. They're broken. And we've already heard the Worker Protection Act mentioned once. I'm going to mention it again because it eliminates requirements, right, that workers who vote to form a union must win a second election with a 75% majority just to negotiate a union security clause. That's not democratic. It's a barrier designed to stop workers, and it gives anti-union employers a second chance to intimidate and pressure employees. Now, Colorado Dems, unions actualize two important values of Democrats. We help reduce income inequality, and we help protect our democracy. Right now, you know people are struggling. Yeah, give it up for that. Right now, you know people are struggling. You might be struggling. 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck and cannot cover a $1,000 emergency expense. In this state, 1 out of 4 families can't meet basic needs. If we're serious about affordability, we must raise wages, not just lower prices. And I want to talk a minute about the union difference. Union workers earn 17% more than non-union workers. This impact is even greater for women, black workers, and Latino workers. And unions raise standards across entire industries. That is the union difference. And as I just mentioned, we also protect our democracy. We are one of the strongest independent sources of organized power for working people. Here in Colorado and across the country, union members are organizing, mobilizing, and standing up for our communities, whether in the streets, in the courts, or at the ballot box. And I'll tell you right now, you want to go to No Kings rally after this, you're going to see Pueblo strong union turnout there and in Denver and across that state because we're helping fight ICE, we're showing up, right? We're marshals, and unions are one of the last institutions to defend our democracy and to defend democracies across the world when they're in jeopardy. So here's the deal. Governor Polis vetoed the Worker Protection Act. Yet eliminating the second election is part of the Democratic Party platform.
And the bill is supported by every Democrat in the state legislature, including Speaker McCluskey and President Coleman. When Democrats are at our best, we fight for working people. We fight for the working class. And it's time we lived up to that standard. So here's the ask today. Unfortunately, Phil Weiser and Michael Bennett have not committed to signing the Worker Protection Act. What I'm asking you to do, please take out your phone, take out your little, the pocket happiness, take it out, please. If you can text union to 235-246. I'm going to say that again. If you can please text the word union to 235-246, you'll get a link to send a quick message urging them to commit, because once again, I believe in my bones the Democrats are the party of the working class, and Colorado deserves a governor who will fight for workers as hard as every other Democrat across this state. Thank you, Colorado Dems.
Thank you, Dennis. We are now going to nominate our candidates for Attorney General. Secretary Janet Griswold, you and your supporters may now come on stage. Folks, please join me in welcoming Janet Griswold for Attorney General. You will have 5 minutes collectively, starting when you start speaking. The chair now recognizes Janet Griswold, Dennis Doherty, and Senator Manjota.
Hey, we need an Attorney General who is going to fight like hell for workers, not corporations or special interests. That's why the Colorado AFL-CIO endorsed Janet Griswold, and that's why I'm proud to stand here and nominate her for Attorney General.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am State Senator Eman Judah. Janet Griswold is a progressive fighter, and like me, a working mom. I second this nomination. Please join me in welcoming our defender of democracy, Janet Griswold. My name is Janet Griswold, and I'm running for Attorney General. Now, you probably know me as Secretary of State, but what you may not know is I grew up in rural Colorado on food stamps. I was first in my family to go to a four-year college and law school, and I still have over $200,000 in student loans. So when I say the system is rigged, it is not a talking point. It's a lived experience. Right now, working people are getting crushed.
Why billionaires and corporations write the rules. They jack up the prices, they steal wages, they bust unions. And too many politicians tell us to be patient. Well, I'm not patient. I'm not here to protect their system. I'm here to take a sledgehammer to it. As your Attorney General, working together, we'll go after corporate greed to stop price gouging, wage theft, and union busting. We'll stand with labor because workers built this state and they deserve a voice in it. We'll defend abortion rights because at the end of the day, even if Trump tries a national ban, we will be there. We'll fight for a strong assault weapons ban and take on the corporations and data centers poisoning our air and our water. And hear me clearly. If any ICE or federal agent breaks the law in Colorado, I will prosecute them. Because justice should serve the people, not the politically powerful. When our democracy came under threat, I did not hesitate. After January 6th, MAGA extremists attacked our elections. They threatened workers, they spread lies, they tried to take control. While others were cautious, I fought back. We made it a crime to threaten election workers. We banned guns close to polling places. We protected counties under attack. And when Tina Peters tried to sabotage our elections, I removed her from oversight and made sure she faced accountability. When the establishment said, "But Jenna, don't go after Trump, it's too partisan," I responded, "If we do not go after an insurrection inciting fascist, what the hell are we doing?" When the establishment told me to be quieter, I got louder. That's who I am. I don't back down from extremists. I don't take orders from party leaders. And I do not stay quiet when our democracy is under attack. Now, a candidate in this race has decided that his best shot is to launch misleading attacks against me. Let's call it what it is. Let's call it what it is, desperation. Meanwhile, Trump has attacked me. MAGA has targeted me. I've received violent threats, death threats against me, my husband, our one-year-old son. And if your focus is on bringing me down and not on the racist lunatic in the White House, you're not ready for this job. You're not ready. This is a fight for our democracy. This is a fight for workers. I've been in that fight, and I haven't blinked. And one more thing, Tina Peters is exactly where she belongs, in prison. If you want a fighter for your AG, I'm asking you for your support. Thank you. Thank you.
Jenna Griswold has been properly nominated. David Seligman, you may now join us on stage along with your supporters.
Yeah, it's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Ooh, and I'm feeling good. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel.
All right, folks, please join me in welcoming David Seligman for Attorney General. You have 5 minutes collectively, starting when you start speaking, and the chair now recognizes David Seligman and Representatives Jennifer Bacon and Elizabeth Velasco.
What up, Pueblo? This is not on. Y'all can hear me.
No.
Is yours on? Can y'all hear me? What up, Pueblo? My name is Jennifer Bacon of Denver, Assistant Majority Leader of the Colorado House, and I am so honored to nominate David Seligman, my true brother, in the fight for working people.
I'm Representative Elizabeth Velasco from Garfield County. And alongside Representatives Steve Mejia from El Paso County and Joe Sokai from Latimer and supporters from every corner of the state, we second the nomination. David fights for immigrants, for renters, for families buried in debt, and David is the lawyer we want fighting for us.
Thank you, Pueblo. I love you guys. I'm David Seligman, the grandson of working class immigrants who scratched and clawed for my opportunity. And I had the chance to take out loans to go to Harvard Law School, to clerk for federal judges, but I saw the nightmare behind this American dream. A system where the wealthy and powerful play by a different set of rules. The system that gave rise to this moment of crisis. And I saw how the elite pushed me in to give into it, but I made a different choice. I moved back home to Colorado. I became the executive director of the legal nonprofit Towards Justice, helped turn it in to a national powerhouse in the fight for economic justice and for civil rights, and I dedicated my entire career every day to standing up in court for working people. Using the law boldly and courageously and in ways no one had done before. For Amazon delivery drivers, forced to skip breaks and urinate in bottles. For workers up in Greeley, meat packers with disfigured hands because of JBS's brutal line speeds. For renters buried in junk fees to corporate landlords, for communities spied on by AI, for thousands locked up at the ICE detention center in Aurora, Colorado, taking on the Geo Group, the private prison company that owns it. I've been litigating that case for more than a decade, and we just won in the United States Supreme Court. And for people like my client, Kathy, who had to sell her late husband's wedding band to pay off medical debt to a billion-dollar hospital system. I've helped working families recover nearly $100 million stolen from them from corporations and billionaires. I've sued the Trump administration and won, and sued the Polis administration and won. We just stopped the governor from turning over Coloradans' personal information to ICE. Because for me, this fight has never just been about the blue team versus the red team. It's always been about the many versus the money. You deserve an attorney general who can stand on Phil Weiser's shoulders, to use the law boldly and courageously to take on Donald Trump and to take on the corruption, the cruelty, and the cowardice that props him up. That means holding accountable ICE officers and public officials who trample our rights. And those at home who want to throw trans kids and immigrants and others under the bus. But we also got to be fighting for a better world than what came before, right? As the lawyer by your side, someone who's dedicated my career to taking on the rigged system that preserves the status quo, we're going to fight for a new world where everyone can access a union, where everyone can breathe clean air, can get an abortion, can put a roof over their heads and still have a little left over to take their kids on vacation. I will take on the Goliaths, the big tech, the private equity, the monopolistic bros, because I know that if we use the law boldly and courageously, we can take down these Goliaths, and I want to be the David on your shoulder when we do. I designed the logo for this campaign with our 3 daughters, inspired by our favorite piece of Jewish scripture. Isaiah says, if you feed the hungry, if you clothe the naked, if you break off the yoke of oppression, then your light shall burst forth like the dawn. Colorado, if we fight for one another, if we break off the yoke of autocracy and oligarchy, our light will burst forth like the dawn. I love you guys.
David Seligman has been properly nominated. District Attorney Michael Doherty may join us on stage along with his supporters.
Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Lose control of body and soul. Don't move too fast, people just take it slow. Don't get ahead, just jump into it. I hear about it, please do it. Get started, get stupid. Don't worry about it, people will walk you through it step by step like an infant new kid. Inch by inch with a new solution. Transmit hits with no delusion. The feeling's irresistible and that's how we move it. Everybody, let's get into it. Get started, get started, get started. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here.
Folks, please join me in welcoming Michael Doherty for State Attorney General. I've been told there's a lot more people showing up on stage, so I jumped the gun. All right. You'll have 5 minutes collectively, starting when you start speaking. The chair now recognizes Michael Doherty, Marty Moore, and the Honorable, my own, actually, DA, Heidi McCollum.
Shad, that hurts a little bit that you didn't call me honorable, but I'll move along with my remarks. Welcome to Pueblo. I'm excited to be here. I'm a 7th generation Coloradan with roots in Bent County up front, Castillo County in the back, along with Boulder County. I know Colorado values. I've never worked on a political campaign until Michael Doherty threw his hat in this ring. And I can speak from the heart and from the mind of what this gentleman has done for the state and for the county that I serve in particular. Michael Doherty brings up trans issues when everybody else thinks it might be an afterthought or not mentioned at all. He stands for the LGBT community. He has done it over and over again. When Michael Doherty took his seat, he met with me the first day, as he promised he would, and set up the first anti-bias hotline in the state of Colorado. The first. Hate crimes matter. Michael Doherty is a man of integrity. As I always say to my other lesbian friends, if I was of that nature, he'd be my kind of guy. He values his country, his state, his family, and the rule of law. I don't care who you are, the rule of law is the only thing keeping in your house right now and safe from this administration. I am pleased to nominate my friend, Michael Doherty.
Good afternoon. My name is Heidi McCollum. I'm the elected district attorney out of the 5th Judicial District, Eagle, Lake, Clear Creek, and Summit counties. Michael Doherty is the one person that you can count on. Michael Doherty is the person who you can always believe what he says. It's my absolute pleasure and honor to nominate him for Attorney General, to second the nomination for him for Attorney General of the state of Colorado. The greatest attribute that Michael has, and if anyone who knows him will vouch for this, is that you have a guarantee of honesty. Whatever he says, you can count on it, and you know that it's the truth. As a fourth generation Coloradan, my great-grandfather was born right here in Pueblo when Colorado was still a territory. And as Coloradans today, we deserve that guarantee. And the way to get that guarantee for honesty is a vote for MD.
Hello, Colorado Democrats. How we doing today? It is great to be back in Pueblo. This is a great community, and I appreciate the energy and the number of people in this room. I am here because Donald Trump and his cronies represent the greatest threat to our democracy in my entire lifetime, and the fight for our country is on. That's why I'm here with you today. Let me start by asking you a question, though, because I need your help. Will you stand with me in opposing private prisons in the state of Colorado? Will you stand with me in fighting for marginalized and vulnerable communities across this state? It's why Joe Salazar endorsed me in saying we need right now a prosecutor for justice, someone who's going to fight for racial justice, climate justice, economic justice, and environmental justice. The fight is on for the rule of law, and the rule of law is the sword and the shield we have to protect this state right now. So it comes down to having real leadership experience and real legal experience. Those things matter. Those are the questions you shouldn't ask someone running for Congress. You should ask someone running for Attorney General. What is your legal experience? What's your leadership experience? Because the fight for our democracy is on right now. I was born in Brooklyn, New York, the proud grandson of Irish immigrants. I went to community college coming out of high school, and I worked at UPS loading trucks at night to put myself through school. I graduated from law school. I was the first lawyer in my family, and I went to the Manhattan DA's office. I served there for 13 years and ultimately supervised 1,300 people. Most importantly, I met my wife, Antonia, at the Manhattan DA's office. It was Law and Order, the rom-com version.
And we moved out here with our twins because I could work for the Attorney General's office. I'm the one candidate who's led large offices, including the Colorado Attorney General's office. I've handled cases all around the state. The King Soopers mass murder case, the Pearl Street firebombing case. When you're going to be a leader of 724 public servants at the AG's office, you have to have integrity, you have to have experience, and you have to lead with Colorado. I promise you I'll stand and fight for the rule of law and for justice every day, as I have throughout my entire career. And when it comes to immigration, I'm going to take our immigrant protection program and our Know Your Rights program that I've had as district attorney since 2018. I'm going to take it statewide, and I'm going to take ICE to court. I'm the one candidate who successfully prosecuted police officers and elected officials. It's about doing justice without fear or favor. This is not a campaign promise. This is a track record of my entire life standing and fighting for justice. Thank you so much, Pueblo. Thank you, Colorado.
Michael Dougherty has been properly nominated. All Attorney General candidates have been properly nominated. Thank you, wonderful candidates. Folks, if you will give your attention to the screen now, I'm now unbelievably privileged to introduce a video from someone who means a lot to me personally. It means a lot to the country, means a lot to the Democratic Party, and has been a friend of the Colorado Democratic Party for a long time. Gunned down by a would-be assassin during a grocery store town hall in Arizona, this Congresswoman has stunned the world with her grace and her energy towards making sure we end gun violence across this country. She's been a dear friend to many of us in times of trouble and in times of mass carnage in Colorado, comforting, supporting, and bringing us to deliver meaningful change to pass some of the strongest gun safety laws in the nation. She's also one of our key partners in bringing you this assembly. Please join me in hearing from Congresswoman Giffords.
Hello, Colorado Democrats. Thank you for this opportunity to be here with you today. I've known the darkest days, days of pain and uncertain recovery. But confronted by despair, I've summoned hope. Confronted by paralysis and aphasia, I responded with great determination. I put one foot in front of the other. I found one word and then I found another. My recovery is a daily fight, but fighting makes me stronger. Words once came easily. Today I struggle to speak, but I've not lost my voice. America needs all of us to speak out, even when you have to fight to find the words. I'm also in a second fight, the fight to stop gun violence. It's also a fight forged by tragedy and pain, a fight that can change lives. We are at a crossroads. We can let the shooting continue, or we can act. We can protect our families, our future. We can vote. We can be on the right side of history. Please join us in this fight. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congresswoman Giffords. Folks, we're so appreciative of her support and everything she does for us. Senator Jessie Danielson may now join us on stage along with her supporters. Senator Jessie Danielson for Secretary of State. You'll have 5 minutes collectively starting when you start speaking, and the chair now recognizes Jessie Danielson, Congressman Joe Neguse, and Representative Lorena Garcia.
Good afternoon, Democrats! I am only stalling.
Hi, everybody. Congressman Joe Neguse here, and I am so honored to nominate my good friend, Jessie Danielson, to be Colorado's next Secretary of State. Jessie has spent her entire career fighting to protect our democracy. She helped build one of the most secure and accessible election systems in the country. Her work gave us mail-in ballots, vote centers, and automatic voter registration. At a moment when Donald Trump is doing everything that he can to undermine our election systems, we need a leader, a fighter, who will protect Colorado's elections. Jessie Danielson is that leader. She has the courage, the passion, and the track record to deliver for our state and to protect every Coloradan's right to vote. I'm proud to support her in this race, and I hope you'll join me.
Well, hello again, Democrats. My name is Lorena Garcia. I represent House District 35, and I am so excited to second the nomination of Senator Jessie Danielson for Secretary of State. During a time of uncertainty, Jessie brings certainty. We know this because we have seen what she has done for the last 2 decades. Jessie has a proven record, a progressive record, a history of standing up to powerful interests, and a career of fighting for working people. She has passed the Marriage Equality Act when she saw what Trump was doing to families like mine. She passed automatic voter registration, and just earlier this week, she advanced the Worker Protection Act, hence these red stickers. Jessie has already been protecting Colorado against Donald Trump's attacks, and last year she co-sponsored my bill, Senate Bill 276, protecting our immigrant communities from ICE.
There is a difference between talking about defending democracy and actually doing the work and protecting it. And Jessie has proven that she has protected it and will continue to do so. Join me in supporting Jessie for Secretary of State.
Thank you, Representative Garcia and Congressman Joe Neguse. Thank you, Colorado Democrats. It's outstanding to see people from so many different parts of this beautiful state right here in Uniontown. You know, I actually grew up on our family farm up in Weld County, and I'm really proud of those roots. Community, public service, we all have an obligation every single day to work really hard to make this world a better place. And you being here in this room is really important, right in this moment. Your leaders, your teachers or nurses, veterans, parents, brothers, sisters, neighbors, and you're all doing your part. For me, my path started as a grassroots organizer for reproductive justice and then voting rights. So I want to take you back just a moment to 2013. Obama had just been reelected. The Broncos had moved past Tim Tebow to embrace the golden days of Peyton Manning. But we had a Republican Secretary of State who harassed voters and tried and tossed them off the rolls, engaged in blatant voter suppression, spread dangerous lies about election fraud. Sound familiar? Yeah. Well, we had a choice. Do we continue to struggle through these attacks, or do we pick up the battle and change the system? We chose to fight. I built the coalition that passed the strongest election reform in the entire country: universal mail ballots, vote centers, same-day registration. The gold standard for the nation's election law. And let me be very clear. I don't just know the systems that Donald Trump is trying to dismantle. I helped build them, and I have defended them ever since. In the state Senate, I stood up to power time and time again to corporations, MAGA Republicans, and sometimes even our own party. I went toe-to-toe with Governor Polis to pass really progressive policies like the Worker Protection Act, and to make sure he doesn't let Tina Peters off the hook. I thank you, Colorado Democrats, for your support today to send that fight, that grit to the office of Secretary of State to defend Colorado from Donald Trump. And no matter where you're from, I will always fight for you.
You made a good presence. You made good presence.
Senator Jesse Danielson has been properly nominated. Clerk Amanda Gonzalez may join us on stage along with her supporters.
I was gonna it's destiny. Back in the days, we wanted everything. Wanted everything. Mama said, burn your biographies, rewrite your history, light up your wildest dreams, museum victories. Every day we wanted everything. Wanted everything. Mama said, don't give up. It's a little complicated. All tied up, no more love, and I'd hate to see you waiting. Had to have hopes for a living, shooting for the stars when I couldn't leave you killing. Didn't have a doubt, but I always had a vision, always had hope.
Folks, please join me in welcoming Amanda Gonzalez for Secretary of State. You'll have 5 minutes collectively, starting when you start speaking. The chair now recognizes Amanda Gonzalez, Chris Hansen, and Juan Marcano.
Hello, Colorado Democrats. I'm Chris Hansen, former senator from Denver and now a proud Democrat from La Plata County. And it's my honor this afternoon to nominate Amanda Gonzalez for the office of Secretary of State. I first had a chance to meet Amanda during our work at the Capitol together to pass some of the nation's strongest voting right laws. She was there as an election lawyer for Common Cause, adding her expertise, her passion to everything we were getting done at the Capitol. She knows it inside and out, and I couldn't have been more impressed. And I can't be more proud to be a part of this effort to make her our next Secretary of State. Please join me in supporting her as our next Secretary of State.
Hello, Colorado Democrats. How are we doing? All right. My name is Juan Marcano, and I am proud to second the nomination of Amanda Gonzalez to be our next Secretary of State. As a former Aurora City Council member, I can tell you that Amanda does not just talk about fair systems, she has built them. I have worked alongside Amanda to put an end to unlimited opaque campaign funding in Aurora, bringing unprecedented transparency to our local elections. That's right. In this era of dark money and special interests trying to buy every level of government, from City Hall to the halls of Congress, we need a Secretary of State with the political will, the technical expertise, and the experience to protect our democracy, and that is Amanda Gonzalez. Not only is Amanda eminently qualified to be Secretary of State, she will be the first Latina elected to this position in Colorado. Amanda has spent her career strengthening our democracy, and now it is time to make history by electing her as our next Secretary of State. Join me today in supporting Amanda Gonzalez for this position. Pa'lante!
It is so good to be in a room full of people who still believe in our democracy. We are living in a country led by people who want us to believe that cruelty is what makes us strong, that violence is normal, and that corruption has no consequences. They are wrong. Because we are the daughters of the women who would not go back. We are the workers who unionized and organized and demanded better. We are the children and grandchildren of freedom fighters who would not sit down. And here, on the storied grounds of the Chicano movement, Pueblo, a city forged in labor, in the steel of our factories and the steel of our spine, we declare that this generation will not be the one to let democracy die. I'm Amanda Gonzalez, and like you, I am a democracy defender, and our Secretary of State is the democracy defender in chief. And so I am asking for your vote today so that Colorado has a firewall, not a figurehead. And if they think that they can shut down our post offices so that we can't mail our ballots, I have already worked out how we are going to stand up ballot pickup locations. Think that you can take our election records? I will see you in court. Y'all, they want us afraid. They want us divided. And they want us exhausted. But here's what they don't understand. Democracy is how we protect what we love. Our families, our freedom, our future. And love is so much stronger than cruelty. It is stronger than hate, it is stronger than corruption, and it is stronger than fear. And if they think that they can come for our elections, they don't know Colorado. Thank you. We're out. They won't give me back. All right.
This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Amanda!
Amanda Gonzalez is now properly nominated. Our candidates for Secretary of State have been properly nominated. Okay. Folks, give it up for some great candidates you've heard from so far. We are in good hands, aren't we? For a little bit of housekeeping, I will remind our party officers of our neutrality policy. I'm now delighted to thank Planned Parenthood Votes for their partnership in this event. In the fight to protect the right to choose and the right to start a family safely, Planned Parenthood has always stood arm in arm with our movement to pass legislation that protects people's rights. Please join me in welcoming Adrienne Massenares with Planned Parenthood Votes to the stage.
Thank you all so much. Please thank Shad again and all of the amazing volunteers that have made this possible for today. The Democratic Party is so strong in Colorado, and so are all of you. One more round of applause for Shad and Gabriel and the entire team. I am, yes, the very proud CEO of Planned Parenthood of the Rocky Mountains and our Action Fund as well. I'm also the very proud descendant of over a dozen generations of my elders from the San Luis Valley. Where are our 6 counties from the San Luis Valley? I am very proud to have gone to middle school in Parker, Colorado. Do we have Douglas County Dems somewhere? There you are! Much stronger than you were in the 90s. Thank you, you're doing awesome. And I know we've got Elbert County Dems. I graduated from Elizabeth, Colorado, and Kiowa County Dems. God bless you. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. And, of course, in my role as the CEO of Planned Parenthood of the Rocky Mountains, I have been able to travel across the incredible state of Colorado in all of our health centers, seeing patients local and those who've traveled. So give it up for, where are y'all? I need La Plata County, Montezuma County, Chaffee County, Garfield County, Boulder County, Denver County, Jeffco, Weld, Larimer, El Paso, Arapahoe. Thank you for being welcoming environments for patients and providers when they need you the most. This is what I know about Colorado and traveling across the state. It's not just about the people who are here. We are a beacon for families. We are a beacon for fairness, and we are a beacon for freedom. We are a testament for the rest of the country. And those of you who've been long in this movement, you know, we're also a battleground when it comes to ballot initiatives. So today, I'm here to ask you to stand up again as you have, over and over again, to push back hateful ballot initiatives, stripping rights for abortion care and reproductive health. The difference this time, the strategy of these antis and these hateful, very well-funded movement, it's not just about abortion care. This year, they're coming after our kids. We have 2 ballot initiatives, anti-trans ballot initiatives, that would take away the rights of our children to go to school belonging for who they are. So just as you've stood up with us, I'm asking you again. Planned Parenthood Votes Colorado is very proud to stand with our allies and with One Colorado and others to beat back these ballot initiatives, and we need your help. We have got to watch out for any leader who would openly question bodies of children, any leader who would dare bully, shame, or push out small groups of folks. If we allow that to happen, as you know, it will happen to everyone. We have to declare that this is an inclusive space for everyone in the state of Colorado. And in this job, I've also traveled across the country. And I'll tell you, I see over and over again families just like yours, families just like ours. The difference between Texas and Colorado is not the people in those communities. The difference is the people in power. The difference is our Attorney General, our Secretary of State, our lawmakers in this room that really, truly represent the people of Colorado. An endorsement from Planned Parenthood Votes Colorado is not a symbol. It's not symbolic. Our volunteers scrutinize the background, the history, and the ganas of elected officials to make sure that they will indeed stand up with us as champions. And we saw that in the State House and Senate over the summer. You may recall that there was a budget that was passed at the federal level that defunded Planned Parenthoods across the country. Thank you, it's fucked up, agreed. I want you to sit back with shoulders tall and strong. I want your backs solid to know that in the state of Colorado, our elected officials stood up. Many of them told their own personal stories, and they secured state dollars for Medicaid funds for patients for Planned Parenthood. The first state to do so. That's what's on the line, not just this election, but every election. For those of you who were here before the Roe v. Wade ruling, and for those of you who were here long while we had the federal right for abortion care, now all of you have been here with a terrible Dobbs decision that stripped that federal right away. You know, you have seen democracy comes in waves. It's not over. It is forever. It takes every single one of us over and over again shoving our shoulders up against this huge wooden wheel of democracy. We have to push it together. We have to go through every state assembly. Y'all are doing awesome, by the way. Give yourselves a big round of applause to be at the Colorado State Assembly. You're doing it. You're a testament to democracy. And I want you to know I'm so thankful. I'm thankful for your leadership. I'm thankful for your continued support. And I'm thankful that you know and understand that what you do today, what you do through the general election and beyond, does not just impact Coloradans. It impacts everyone across the country. Thank you so much.
Give it up for Planned Parenthood. Thank you, Adrian. We are now headed across the ballot, and we are going to nominate our candidates for governor. Antonio Martinez may join us on stage along with his supporters.
Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up.
Folks, please welcome Antonio Martinez for Colorado. You'll have 5 minutes collectively starting when you start speaking. The chair recognizes Antonio Martinez, Carmen Brewster, and Christine Alonso.
Hello, my name is Carmen Brewster, and I formally nominate Antonio Martinez for Governor of Colorado. Right now, we have a water, housing, and affording to live crisis at once, right? Colorado's 22-year drought is now to desertification, and I'm not talking a desert, I'm talking land collapse. And I say this as a network operations center engineer that keeps your water on for the nation, a team of less than 30 people. We're getting real close. People are being squeezed out of their communities and out of their homes because the system isn't working for people anymore, it's working for corporations. We need leaders who will stand their ground, 2 feet down, no matter who they are up against, because we are facing real threats and real consequences. As his intended lieutenant governor, my campaign slogan is "Bitches get shit done." Thank you. Because facts are, we show up, we stand firm, and we fight for people's lives. We do have people that are not getting reproductive care in Colorado at VA clinics right now. That was the first step of where I had my 19-day miscarriage, where they denied me in 3 emergency rooms. That was my first step too. So I want you to know that I fled because my senator told me that they wanted to execute me for my 19-day miscarriage. Antonio is my hope because he wouldn't let what's happening in Colorado right now happen. My extradition protection is chipped. So we're done waiting. Colorado is not for sale by PACs. Antonio Martinez does not offer the management of decline but restoration. And this is why I nominate Antonio Martinez for governor. Thank you.
Hello, fellow Democrats. My name is Matthew Diaz, and I'm a delegate from House District 7 in Denver. And I'm delivering the second nomination on behalf of Cristina Alonso, who's a lifelong Coloradan union advocate and leader. Antonio Martinez is not politics as usual. He's a union steward and proud SEIU member. He's a combat veteran who has served this country with honor. He is a rural Colorado rancher who understands our land, our water, and our communities, not from distance, but from lived experience. Antonio has decades of leadership at both the state and federal level, and through it all, he has remained grounded in one thing: putting working people first. Colorado deserves a governor who has fought for this country, who has fought for our workers, and who will fight for all of us. I proudly second this nomination, Antonio Martinez, for Colorado governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Colorado Democrats. To the delegates who traveled from every corner of this state, from the High Plains to the Rockies, to my beloved valley and the Western Slope, and to my wife, Cynthia, thank you. As a career educator, Cynthia, you remind me every day that our future isn't found in ledgers or law books, but in our classrooms and our children. Yes. I stand before you today not just as a candidate for governor, but as a fifth-generation Colorado native. My story didn't start in the boardroom. It started in the San Luis Valley, in the classrooms of Antonito High School. It was shaped, absolutely. It was shaped by the values of hard work, community, and the belief that no matter where you come from, you deserve a fair shot at that American dream. Now, for 37 years, I had the honor of serving our nation in uniform in civil service. I served as an Air Force Lieutenant Colonel in Iraq and Afghanistan. We need to get out of the Middle East. Absolutely, absolutely. Absolutely. But I will say this, you don't ask a person next to you whether they're Republican or Democrat at war, you ask, how do we get the mission done? I will bring that mission first mentality to the governor's office from day one. Right now, too many of our neighbors are being left behind. We see it in a crushing cost of living that makes the middle class feel like a memory. We see it in rural communities that feel invisible to Denver, and housing crisis that has turned a dream of homeownership into a nightmare across our state. We've been told for too long that this is just how it is. But I'm here to tell you we don't have to settle. Our vision is simple. We get workers first. Absolutely. It's time we had a governor who values the person picking the crops and the teacher grading the papers as much as the billionaire in the penthouse. That means, for my union brothers and sisters out there, that means a living wage, paid leave, and affordable child care. And let's be very honest, the biggest thing in the room that's holding us back is Tabor, so we need to repeal Tabor. So I'm Antonio Martinez, and I'm asking you all to help seek something better.
Antonio Martinez has been properly nominated. Thank you, Antonio. Eric Underwood may now join us on stage along with his supporters.
A change don't come. I said I know.
Folks, please join me in welcoming Eric Underwood.
How you doing, Colorado? All right. We got everybody in the house tonight. My goodness. My name, I didn't come here to do a pep rally or any kind of rally. We need to have a conversation. My name is Eric Underwood, and I am running for governor of Colorado. Many of you may know me from 8 years ago when I ran through the caucus and state assembly process with Jared and Kerry Kennedy. And I'm back because things are not great in our state. I grew up in a single-parent household. My mom had 6 children, and I am the oldest, and we lived in 3 housing projects. And I know something about affordability. And you know something, seeing my mother struggle, I had to come up with a plan, not just any plan, but a solution for all Coloradans as my neighbor, because I believe that you are my neighbor, my fellow Colorado neighbors. Some of you may know some of my plans, but for those who don't, I'm the only candidate in this race that has a free college and trade school plan, a child care plan, a plan to lower your grocery bills by 40 to 60%. I also have a plan, because I'm the only candidate, that wants to repeal Tabor once and for all. 8 years ago was a problem, now we're in a $1.5 billion deficit. The other thing is I have an infrastructure plan to connect all the 4 points in Colorado together. So I got a high-speed rail initiative from Fort Collins to Denver, to Colorado Springs, and from Grand Junction, let's not leave out the Western Slope, from Grand Junction to Denver. And how about we expand that airport out there at Grand Junction, make it a major airport, and also in Colorado Springs, make their airport a major airport too. That's an infrastructure plan. I also got a free college and trade school or initiative, but the other thing that I have is there's so much money in politics today. And on day one, as governor, and this is going to make a lot of news, but on my desk, when I sit down on day one, I am going to do two things. One, I am going to abolish private prisons through an executive order. Two, I am going to order my Attorney General through an executive order to sue AIPAC to register under FAR. I am the only candidate not taking any PAC money, AIPAC money or any kind of money, and there's candidates in this race that are. You know, there's a United States Senator in this race as well. And I struggle as a father to see how you flip off your humanity switch to send bombs over in Gaza, creating a genocide, and then you come back home to flip on your humanity switch and say you're ready to take care of women and children. I struggle with this. There's a candidate in this race that says keep better than the Senate. I am not that person. What I want to do as governor, support a progressive candidate. I will stand behind them. We need change at that nursing home they call it United States Senate. Here's the other thing. Here's the other thing, too. The other thing is David Sellerman, who was running for AG, brought an important lawsuit. Do you know what that lawsuit was about? That lawsuit was suing Jared Polis for violating the Constitution because we repealed slavery in the state some years ago. Remember that? I struggle with the hypocrisies in this race because who was Jared's attorney that fought against and David won? It was Phil Weiser. And I am disappointed because black men and Latino men and women were disproportionately affected in this prison system, forcing them into solitary confinement. That was what the lawsuit was about. So I'm asking for your vote. I'm asking for your support. And Colorado, thank you very much.
Because I got a couple questions for this body, just a reminder, in the perm org you adopted, nominators and seconders are not required, but if used, one of the two must be a delegate to the State Assembly. Eric Underwood is properly nominated. Folks, please join me in welcoming Phil Weiser for governor.
Democrats, my name is Roy Romer. I am really excited to be here today to nominate who I think will be a great, great governor of Colorado, and I'll tell you why. I know how his mind works. It's a great mind, but he has a better heart. I've seen that heart at work also. But the key thing, this man has the ability to know what neighborhood is. He can walk into your town and he will listen, listen, listen. He's smart enough to organize an action that will solve the problem. But the last characteristic that I really like is he's strong in character and isn't going to walk off the stage or the sidewalk because it's a tough row. Donald Trump the ghost of Donald Trump is keeping a lot of people in Colorado in the closet. We need a leader who's going to be on the sidewalk with us with as much grit and determination and strength to change the course of history. That candidate, I believe, is Phil Weiser.
Hello, Colorado Democrats. My name is Nicole Hensel, and thank you. It is quite literally my day job to get young people involved in politics. And let me tell you, right now, we will not settle. We demand a fighter. That is why, on behalf of myself and Representative Velasco, I am proud to second the nomination for our next governor, Phil Weiser.
Thank you, Colorado Democrats. It is great to be here in Pueblo, and let me tell you, this is what democracy looks like. Colorado, I've got a question for you. When you're up against a lawless bully, do you accommodate or appease? Or do you fight for what you believe in? Well, Colorado, that's why I've sued this lawless bullying administration 63 times and counting. Like when I had to sue the Agriculture Secretary, Brooke Rollins, twice for trying to take away food assistance from 600,000 Coloradans. And you know what happened? We won both times. Colorado, Donald Trump is not our only challenge right now. We know that there are big corporations breaking the law, harming people, like Big Pharma, who lied about addictive opioids. I took them on. Like those corporate landlords who jacked up rents with junk fees. I took them on. And Walmart, who kept tips that workers had earned. I took them on, and we won. Colorado, our future lies in the balance, and I stand here ready to lead on day one. I am here as a first-generation American. I am here as the child of immigrants, my mom and my grandmother liberated in a Nazi concentration camp. And in my family, the difference between that liberation by U.S. soldiers and going to work for Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, President Barack Obama, as your Attorney General and your next governor, it's one generation. Colorado, I am committed to a basic, simple promise that is America, freedom and opportunity for all. I am ready to lead on that promise. Colorado, that promise means that we are fighting for homes, health care, and child care that we can afford, that we are protecting our land, air, and water, and safe and thriving communities. Colorado, we've got work to do on our education system, paying teachers what they deserve, developing job skills, and an economy that works for all of us, not just the wealthy few. And Colorado, our immigrant neighbors need us. Our LGBTQ friends and family, they need us. Our nurses, our teachers, our first responders. Colorado, we have a simple, basic truth to fight for. All of us need all of us. Colorado, I don't have out-of-state billionaires. I have you. I am running against Senator Michael Bennet, the candidate of Washington. I am Phil Weiser, the candidate of Colorado. I've got a question for you, Colorado. Are you ready to fight, Colorado? Colorado, let's fight for our future together. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Attorney General Weiser has been properly nominated. Thank you to our candidates for governor who have all been properly nominated. And now we are privileged, as always, like I mentioned earlier, to partner with our friends in labor, Today we also get to welcome AFSCME Colorado, who represent our state, county, and municipal employees across Colorado. From helping us defend workers' rights to fighting for democracy, AFSCME has always been a close ally. Please join me in welcoming Josette Jaramillo.
Hi, friends. They didn't let me pick my walk-up song, but if they did, I would have picked La Chona, just so you guys know. Welcome to Uniontown, everybody. We are all forged in steel in this town. My name is Josette Jaramillo, and I am a staff rep for AFSCME Colorado. Since we passed COBCA, thank you, Representative Escar, we have welcomed into our ranks Arapahoe County Department of Human Services, Arapahoe County Fleet and Facilities, Jefferson County Public Library, the Denver Art Museum. We got language passed for collective bargaining in Denver City and County. And we're this close to recognition for Boulder County Library. Right here in Pueblo County, we were able to beat back furloughs for our employees. A huge, huge thank you to everyone in this room who helped make all of that happen. I thought I was going to be the first one to drop an F-bomb on the stage, but my sister Adrienne beat me to it. I come from a long line of badass humans. My steelworker grandfather, Manos de Fierro. My hardworking parents, you can thank my mom for the haircut. She always keeps me looking fresh. My aunt who worked for Mary Maids, and I have one of her pay stubs. I need to get it framed eventually to remind me where I came from. And finally, my grandmother, my best friend and my hero. Her story started in Las Vegas, New Mexico. Her family boarded a train and headed north, and then they traveled up and down the I-25 corridor working in fields. That's where I got my start. I wish she was here to see this. Me, her rowdy-ass granddaughter, talking about her in front of 1,400 friends. Working in fields is no joke. It's hard work. My mom and my aunts and my uncles, they worked in the fields too. That's how they got school clothes. That's how they got new shoes for the school year. It breaks my heart to think that the rights we fought so hard for these folks are in jeopardy. Because farm workers were excluded from the FLSA in 1938. My mom earned 10 cents a bundle in the 60s. In 2021, we worked hard to rectify that in Colorado, and now we're taking a step back. Colorado needs to protect these folks. We need to protect them from ICE. We need to protect their wages. And we need to protect their rights. So again, I'm Josette Jaramillo, your friendly neighborhood unionist. Solidarity forever. Protect farm workers. Pass the Worker Protection Act. And fuck ICE.
Give it up for Josette. God damn. All right, we are now ready to proceed with candidates for the U.S. Senate. Jessica Williams, you and your supporters may now come on stage.
We stayed up all night long, made our drinks too strong, feeling 10 feet tall, rope swinging through the water in the middle of the night like whoa, breaking our boots and
Folks, please join me in welcoming Jessica Williams. And at this time, the chair recognizes Nicole Miner and Terry Medhurst for the purpose of nomination. You'll have 5 minutes when you begin to speak. Hannah Goodman, my mistake. Thank you very much.
Fellow delegates of the Colorado Democratic Assembly, I'm Hannah Goodman. I'm a 6th-generation Coloradan living in the county that I reside in, and I'm representing today, Phillips County. And if you've heard of it, you get double voting points. I was brought up by a staunch generational DFL family. My family joined many others to stand up for the little guy and take on the bureaucrats and corporations in agriculture, and they fought to put those rights back into the hands of farmers, bringing strong grain prices and fair wages. If you see those white grain elevators dotting our horizon in Colorado, my family helped build those. So did the DFL policies. Today, I'm standing up for the little guy and nominating Jessica Williams for U.S. Senate. As individuals, we're all the little guy. But when we join together, we give each other a fair shot at doing what's right. So I urge you to stand up and support Jessica Williams, and she's worth putting on the primary ballot. Jessica Williams knows how to fight like the little guy. Jessica Williams needs you to support her as the little guy to make the primary ballot.
Hi, I'm Terry Medhurst. I'm with Northwest Weld United Indivisible in Weld County. I would like to nominate or second the nomination for Jessica Williams. I am an immigrant. I'm a naturalized citizen from Canada. There is a detention center going up in our neck of the woods in Hudson. And I don't know if many of you know that, but my neck of the woods is very redneck, very MAGA. And we will get no help at the local level to keep people like me out of that detention center. I believe in democracy. I want to leave a democracy for my son, my grandchildren, and so I second the nomination for Jessica Williams. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. As candidates, we get used to giving speeches, but it takes a lot of guts to stand up here and speak in front of 1,700 people. So can we just get a round of applause for Hannah and Terry? I know everyone is eager to get to the ballot, so I'm going to be direct. Today's ballot is not about who you support. Your selection today is simple: which candidates the voters can hear from in the primary. And I have something to say. I have strong positions on how we can protect civil rights for everyone, not just the privileged few. Make life affordable for working class Americans, and support human rights through our foreign policy. But this is not the time to debate the issues. That time is in the primaries. Today is not about who is a viable candidate. This is not the nomination. Your selection today determines who is included in the race. If you want voters to hear from all candidates in the primary, check the box next to my name. If you support your candidate and want them to participate in a real primary, check the box next to my name. Fairness, inclusion, and democracy. These are values that all of us believe in, including my two colleagues, Karen and Julie. Check the box next to my name and ensure we have a real primary.
Jessica Williams is properly nominated. Thanks, Jessica. Karen Breslin may join us on stage along with her supporters. Folks, please join me in welcoming Karen Breslin for Senate. You'll have 5 minutes collectively, starting when you start speaking. The chair now recognizes Karen Breslin, T.R. Reed, and Vic Myers.
Hi, everybody. I'm T.R. Reed. I'm a reporter. I used to cover Congress for the once great Washington Post. And what I discovered was that the people who could make a difference there, could get something done for the causes we care about, were people who could make a clear, articulate, powerful case for the point they were making. And you know, a couple weeks ago in the county assembly, I heard a candidate who could do that, person I never heard of before. And that's why I became a Karen Breslin delegate, because I realized she can make the kind of powerful, articulate case for the causes we care about, and that's why I'm delighted to nominate Karen Breslin to be our candidate for U.S. Senate.
I'm Vic Myers from Los Animas County. I could tell you I'm supporting Karen Breslin because she's been out to visit us in the Forgotten Lands more in the last 6 months than the incumbent has in 6 years. But it's not that simple. Daniel Webster once described the United States Senate as the most deliberative body on earth. Now we've gone from deliberation to hoodies on the Senate floor, an outright refusal to deliberate while a tyrannical wannabe dictator runs wild. If you Google Karen Breslin, University of Colorado, Denver, you'll find her described as an expert in environmental policy, animal and earth rights, media and politics, the U.S. judiciary, the U.S. legal system, and most importantly, the U.S. Constitution. This isn't theory for her. This is her lived experience. Let's make the United States Senate deliberative again. I'm proud to second the nomination of Karen Breslin for U.S. Senate.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much to my supporters here today. I am Karen Breslin. I am running for the U.S. Senate because Donald Trump's fascism is not going to take root on my watch, and I know every single one of you agree with me. Let's be clear. We got to this moment because this government stopped working for the majority of Americans. Healthcare, an unfair tax system, an assault on vulnerable people. This and more is what we have offered up over decades of failed policy. I'm a political science professor. I'm a lawyer. I worked for 25 years for the National Park Service. And before that, I was a reporter covering Congress and the executive branch. When Donald Trump assaults our government and goes after vulnerable communities, it angers me beyond words. I am here to fight, and I bring this arsenal of education and experience to this fight. Are you with me? It's not enough to have good ideas. It's not enough to say Medicare for all. It's not enough to say that we're going to restore abortion rights. You have to know how to do those things. I bring to this race exactly that level of knowledge. Why did I start with the U.S. Senate? Because federal law and policy is what I know. And I know a few more things. That we're in a crisis in this country. Do you agree with me about that? And we do not get out of a crisis without knowledgeable people leading the way. I've had the honor of visiting 30 counties over the course of my year in this campaign. And I know what the people know, which is that we are going to defeat Donald Trump, and we are going to make this country fair and work for the majority of Americans. But here's the truth of the matter. I am not here today with enough delegates to get on the ballot without your support. Let me take this fight to the voters of Colorado, ultimately to Washington, ultimately to the American people. I will not let this system of government die on my watch, and I know all of you feel the same. For the opportunity to be here.
Yeah, well done. Good for you. Excellent. Well, you're supposed to go this way.
Karen Breslin has been properly nominated. I will once again remind our party officers of our neutrality policy. Folks, please join me in welcoming Julie Gonzalez for U.S. Senate. folks, please join me in welcoming Julie Gonzalez for U.S. Senate. You will have 5 minutes collectively, starting when you start speaking. The chair now recognizes Julie Gonzalez, Senator Polly Baca, and Isabel Cruz.
Good afternoon. I'm Polly Baca, the first woman of color to serve in the Colorado State Senate. And today, I proudly nominate the first woman of color to serve Colorado in the United States Senate, State Senator Julie Gonzalez. As a leader in the Colorado Senate, Julie demonstrated a willingness and ability to get legislation passed for the working people of Colorado. She can do even more for all of us in the United States Senate. Let's make history and elect the amazing Julie Gonzalez to the United States Senate.
I'm Isabel Cruz from Lakewood City Council, and I am honored to second the nomination for Julie Gonzalez for U.S. Senate, because it is beyond time for Colorado to have our first senadora to fight for a better future for young people like me. She shows up for our communities outside of election cycles, and she is the visionary leader we need in this moment. Let's go!
Orale, Colorado Democrats, how are y'all doing today? My name is Julie Gonzalez, and I am so proud to be your candidate for the U.S. Senate. Colorado has long been home to trailblazers, and yet we are one of 4 states that has never elected a woman to serve either as governor or to serve in the U.S. Senate. So let me first begin by thanking the trailblazers who made the road by walking, who saw the barriers, and who still stepped up, not because it was easy, but because it was hard. To trailblazing women Nancy Dick, Josie Heath, and Dottie Lamb, and to Latino trailblazers Carlos Lucero, Gil Romero, and Senator Ken Salazar, thank you. In our nation's 250 years, only one Latina has ever been elected to the U.S. Senate. So you don't have to tell me about long odds, because that's nothing new to me. I've been a brown woman my whole life. I know what it is to work twice as hard just to get by. But the thing is, Colorado, the thing is, so do you. That's why you're here. The world is on fire. And every day we wake up dreading whatever fresh hell this fascist administration has wrought upon us. But folks like us, we don't have the luxury of opting out. We still have bills to pay. We have loved ones to care for and work to do. There are so many different things competing for your attention right now. But you're here because you know that it matters. And it is both electrifying and terrifying to realize that, y'all, we are the ones that we have been waiting for. Too many Coloradans feel like Washington is leaving us behind. We see leaders who are more comfortable catering to the concerns of the 1% than addressing the everyday struggles facing our communities. But Colorado, no one is coming to save us but us. Colorado, we can have nice things if we are willing to fight for them. So let's go and build universal housing that you can actually afford. Let's pass Medicare for all and create universal child and elder care. Let's unrig our economy by overturning Citizens United. Let's ban stock trading in Congress, and let's end corporate monopolies. And let us fight for our freedom. Let's fight for the freedom to make our own decisions about our own bodies. Vote without intimidation and organize a union without fear. Colorado, let's abolish ICE. I have been battle tested, and I will stand up to both the billionaires and the corporate politicians, and I will fight shoulder to shoulder alongside you for the world that we deserve. Colorado, when we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
Find an usher. Find an usher and like a volunteer. Find a volunteer. The volunteer can help you. They're up in the ballots. Senator Julie Gonzalez has been... Is this working? Senator Julie Gonzalez has been properly nominated. All right, folks. As per the adopted Per Morg report, no nominations will be taken from the floor of the State Assembly, and nominations are now closed. Say hi to little Ulysses up here. Okay, we are ready to begin balloting. So as such, all candidates have been properly nominated to secure a spot on the June primary ballot. All right, folks, this is the moment of truth for these candidates. So let's make sure we understand the balloting instructions, so if you don't mind listening in. A candidate will need at least 30% of all those present and voting here. We are voting by Google ballot today. Please listen to the following instructions for voting. All people filling out a ballot will be required to fill out the first section. You must use your complete first name and last name as it appears on your Colorado ID. No nicknames, no middle names. If you select that you are a voting member, you'll be taken to the voting member ballot to vote. After you make your choice, you will be asked if you are holding a proxy. If you are also voting as a proxy for a member, you will be taken to the proxy ballot. Please fill out that information and only vote according to the instructions given to you as assigned. If there are no instructions, you may vote the proxy as you see fit. If you identify that you are voting only on behalf of a proxy, you will be presented with that proxy ballot. So please fill out that information and again, vote the proxy according to the instructions given. When you're done voting, you will complete the ballot by signing it and tapping submit. When you see the screen indicating that your form was submitted, you have completed voting. Again, when you see the screen indicating that your form was submitted, you have completed voting. Staff is available to assist you with any technical difficulties, and the staff that is designated to help you are wearing yellow bandanas. So please raise your hands, staff and volunteers here, if you're wearing a yellow bandana. And if you need assistance, please reach out to one of them and one of our amazing delegate support team will come to help you. Do not send out the link to anyone and do not post it on social media. If you do so, that makes Credential's life much, much harder to parse through thousands of votes, which means we're here much longer if you do that. We will have 20 minutes to vote. After I declare that voting is over, Credentials will close the ballot. If we need a little bit of time to make sure everyone can vote, if anyone's facing any technical difficulties, we will make sure that happens. You may now use your phone photo app to scan the QR code on your credentials and click the link that matches the first letter of your last name. Please scan the QR code on the back of your ballot on the credential or go to coloradodems.org/vote if that QR code is not working for you. You may now start voting. We'll put 20 minutes on the clock, and again, if you need assistance, please raise your hand, and one of our support team with a yellow bandana will come and help you. Happy voting.
Change had much to say, but man, I still think them cats are crazy. They were asking if you were around, how you was, where you could be found. Told them you were living downtown, driving all the old men crazy. The boys are back in town. I said, the boys are back in town. my little rain cloud hanging over my head, and it ain't coming down. Where do I go? Give me some kind of sign. You hit me with lightning, maybe I'll come alive. Hard times gonna make you wonder why you even try. Hard times gonna take you down and laughing when you cry. It's life, and I still don't know how I even survive. Hard times, hard times. Oh! Tell my friends I'm coming down. We'll kick it when I hit the ground. Tell my friends I'm coming down. We'll kick it when I hit the ground. 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 Hard times gonna make you wonder why you even try. Hard times gonna take you down and laughing when you cry. It's life, and I still don't know how I even survive. Hard times, hard times. Hard times gonna make you wonder why you even try. Hard times gonna take you down and laughing when you cry. It's life, and I still don't know how I even survive. Hard times, hard times.
Out in the middle of BFE, somewhere south, the rural Route 3 is the site of something legendary. It's Wild Juanita's roadside stand. In a lean-to shack by an old garage with a fruit stand out front for camouflage. And you might think it's just a mirage, but I'll tell you firsthand that it isn't. There are buckets of plums and shells full of jelly and canned fruit salsa to put in your belly. But the best kept secret is not the produce, it's Wild Juanita's cactus juice. Wild Juanita's cactus juice got you all feeling all loosey-goosey. Make enemies, call a truce. It'll make you feel good, but you don't have to fear it. Enlivens your body, your mind, and spirit. Wild Juanita's cactus juice, it just might save the world. In the back, she's cooking up a fresh new batch, homegrown, organic from the patch. With a little bit of this and a lot of bit of that. She's never written down the recipe. Juanita's no shaman with the rattlestick, no floral water to sprinkle you with. Juanita's just an old recluse, but by golly, she'll sell you her cactus juice. A Wild Juanita's cactus juice got you all feeling all loosey-goosey. Make enemies, call a truce. It'll make you feel good, but you don't have to fear it. Enlivens your body, your mind, and spirit. Wild Juanita's cactus juice, it just might save the world. You can chug it from a jug or sip it through a straw. It'll make you see things that you never saw. It might even make you like your mother-in-law. It just might save the world. Wild Juanita's cactus juice got you all feeling all loosey-goosey. Make enemies, call a truce. It'll open your mind, but you don't have to fear it. Enlivens your body, your mind, and spirit. Wild Juanita's cactus juice, it just might save the world. Well, Wild Juanita's cactus juice, it just might save the world.
Put it plain, I just don't like like you, not a thing about the way you is. And if there ever come a time I got rabies, you're high on my biting list. To put it plain, I just don't like you, not a thing about the way you is. And if there ever come a time I got rabies, you're high on my biting list. Yeah, you're high on the list. People get red if they gave me a week or two. For my brain was so inflamed, my spirit left my shoes. I wanna kiss my wife, I wanna hug my baby, but when my goodbyes are through, foaming at the mouth, high in the hackles, motherfucker, I'm come for you. Put it plain, I just don't like you, not a thing about the way you is. And if there ever come a time I got rabies, you're high on my biting list.
This is our 8-minute warning. If you do need assistance, please raise your hand and a member of our team will come to help you. Again, this is 8 minutes left on the voting, so if you need assistance, please raise your hand and one of our staff will come and assist you. Thank you.
don't you know?
There is 4 minutes left to vote. If you do need assistance, please raise your hand and a member of our staff will come and assist you. Again, 4 minutes left for the voting. If you do need assistance, please raise your hand and a member of our staff will come and find you. Thank you.
I can't walk because I love too much, baby.
We get it almost every night. And when that moon gets so big and bright, it's supernatural delight. Everybody was dancing in the moonlight. Everybody here is out of sight. They don't bark and they don't bite. They keep things loose, they keep things alive. Everybody was dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's breathing warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody.
There are 2 minutes left for voting, so if you do need assistance, please raise your hand and we will come and assist you. Please get your votes in before the 2 minutes are up. Voting will end in now 1:30, so if you do need assistance, please raise your hand and a member of our staff will come and help you. Thank you.
Everybody here is out of sight. They don't bark and they don't bite. They keep things loose, they keep things alive. Everybody was dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Everybody dancing in the moonlight. Everybody feeling
before they vote for what's his name. This is supposed to be the new world. It's better before they vote for what's his name. This is supposed to be the new world. Don't forget the Morrissey.
Thank you, delegates. Let's find our way to our seats for those folks who I see are thankfully, and I appreciate you closing up your conversations. Okay, I'm going to put my glasses on so I can see you. Does anyone need help with their ballot? Raise your hand if you need help with the ballot. I'm looking around. I am not seeing a single person raise their hands. That is great. We are going to go ahead and close the ballot. So while we wait, Credentials is now going to begin the hard work of making sure that any guests who voted, any duplicate votes that came in, get cleared out. They're also going to be making sure that votes are 100% accurate, or at the very least, giving us preliminary results when the votes become clear so that we can move on to the next bit of business. So while we wait, I am thrilled to introduce one of my oldest friends, one of the best damn members of the state legislature, someone who has served ably. They fought to protect Medicaid for Coloradans. They've ensured that Colorado kids and teachers get the support they need for public schools. They've championed our outdoor spaces and served ably during some of the most difficult economic times our country and state have faced. When Donald Trump and the Republicans blew a $1.2 billion hole in the budget, she led our party to make sure essential services were protected. And she's presided during the passage of some of the most consequential pieces of legislation our state has ever seen, including the Colorado Voting Rights Act, and she is a fellow Western Slope Democrat to boot. Today, we are honored to be thanking and honoring Speaker Julie McCluskey for her service to the state and to the Democratic Party. We have gotten a gift that is not quite here in the mail, but we do have a bouquet of flowers to extend our gratitude to Speaker Julie McCluskey. Please join me in welcoming our great speaker.
It's like a beauty pageant. Oh my goodness. We're a little thinner than we were a little bit ago. Thank you, Shad. Thank you. It is such an honor to serve. It is such an honor to serve as a Democrat. It is such an honor to serve as the 5th woman speaker. It is such an honor to serve as the 1st woman speaker from the Western Slope. It is such an honor to serve all of you. And I want to start by recognizing my team, the most amazing team in 2026. If you are a member of the House of Representatives, please stand. They all left. Where are you? Where are you? Woo! If you are a member of our, the lower chamber, where are our senators? Where are the senators? Yeah! Woo-hoo! And now, the team that matters the most. If you have organized, knocked a door, helped get the vote out, if you're a PCP, a PO, would you please stand? Would you please stand? Yes. Yes. If you have voted in November, would you please stand? Folks, we are the party of the people. Our power comes from every voter who shows up, from every neighbor who speaks out, from every community that refuses to be ignored. Our power comes because we believe in hard work and independence. Our power comes because we believe in world-class education for every kid. We believe in housing and health care for all. We believe in the stewardship of our land, water, and natural resources. And yes, we believe in workers' rights. And you have heard from so many politicians today. Can I leave you with one thing that wasn't said? I am on my way out the door. I am finishing as Speaker of the House, and I will pass the gavel next January to the best and brightest of us. But hear me. Civility is not weakness, respect is not surrender, and nonviolence is not optional. It is essential. My friend, Melissa Hortman, was gunned down in her home in June. We cannot allow the hateful rhetoric to continue. We must lead because we are the party of peace, love, and understanding. Please, please find it in your heart to love those that hate. Find it in your heart to be the one who stands up for what is right and decent, because it matters. It matters. It matters in the world. It matters to our kids. It matters to our futures. Thank you all. Love you. Love you. Love you.
So we have a last-minute addition here that I want to make sure we welcome. Our members of Congress, you may notice, have not spoken here because they were up late making sure to fight for Colorado on some votes on ICE, on the Department of Homeland Security, and making sure to build a humane immigration system. So our incredible members of Congress could not be here today, but we do have a video from one of our very best, one of the most amazing people serving in Congress that we're lucky to call our own, Congresswoman Brittany Pedersen.
Hi, Colorado Democrats. I wish that I could be with you in person, but we have been stuck in Washington, D.C., fighting to make sure that we are overhauling ICE, bringing the reforms that are necessary, while also ensuring that our TSA workers, our federal workers working for the Coast Guard and FEMA are also paid. We are not going to back down until there's justice for Alex Preddy and Renee Good. I just want to thank you all for continuing to show up and fighting for the future of our country. Stakes could not be higher in the upcoming election, and the most important thing that we can do right now to stop Donald Trump is to take back the U.S. House. So I look forward to working alongside you to ensure that Gabe Evans is a one-term member of Congress and that we are able to pick up other seats and have Colorado lead the way. Thank you all for being Democrats and not giving up on the fight for the future of our country.
Hi. So folks, we are now not ready to announce preliminary results. Credentials has told me they need a few extra minutes before we can do that. And so I want folks to stick around because we're actually nearing the tail end of our program here, but we do have something unbelievably important to do to make sure that we are presenting ourselves as well and as best as possible to the electorate. And so we are going to move on to the next agenda item while Credentials does their work. That way we can make sure that we all get outside for that No Kings protest on time. Does that sound good? So we're now going to move to that next agenda item I mentioned, consideration of the 2026 Colorado Democratic Party platform. As a reminder, consideration of the platform has already been motioned in the agenda and in the perm org approved by this body and requires no second. Minority reports of the State Platform Committee offered by 10% of the total membership of the committee shall be considered by this body, and you have received those minority reports on March 26th. The perm org states that all minority reports had to be reserved by the Platform Committee Chair and the State Party Chair and must, like I just said, receive 10% of all Platform Committee votes to be considered. 2 were submitted for consideration of this body, and so we will consider 2 minority reports on the whole and also the platform as it was written. Debate on the platform at the State Assembly shall consist only of debate on any minority reports. Amendments to the platform shall only be made by those minority reports and must be approved by a 2/3 majority of delegates present and voting at the State Assembly or Convention to be included in the platform. Consideration of all minority reports will be entertained following a presentation and report of our platform by our wonderful, amazing committee chair, Jennifer Hancock. Please welcome Chair Hancock to the stage.
Hello, Democrats. I really wanted Shad to gavel us in by saying Democrats assemble, but he's not as big of a Marvel fan as I am. The 2026 Platform Committee began its work in July of last year under the goals of the Stronger Colorado Initiative. Our vision was to craft a platform that was concise, readable, and aspirational. Our mission was to build one that was grounded in the priorities of everyday Coloradans, and we wanted the platform to be inspiring, engaging, and actionable. That meant rethinking the existing platform, which at 52 pages was the second longest state party platform in the country, and it was written at a graduate school reading level. We began by reading the existing one and discussing as a whole committee which planks should be in the platform and how they should be represented. The existing platform had 9 planks. We added 4. We ended up with the 13 planks you see here. The 4 new ones, an affordable Colorado, civil and human rights, public safety and community trust, and a plank on new technology and AI are the 4 that we added. The existing Colorado Seniors plank was strengthened and expanded with the issues facing young Coloradans and young and multi-generational families. Then we began the work. Working groups broke off from the main committee and spent countless hours reading the existing language, listening to the House districts, congressional districts, state councils and caucuses, and the other groups we represented for grassroots input. We also surveyed thousands of Colorado Democratic voters via emailed surveys, and almost 400 voters from across the state submitted their priorities for the next 2 years or actual suggestions to the platform. We also invited dozens of stakeholder groups, and 12 were really happy to visit with the platform committee or the committee's leadership and share their priorities as well. Here you can see many of the groups that contributed to the writing of your platform. The Platform Committee is committed to the values of our Big Tent Party and the grassroots traditions of building the party platform. We are also dedicated to the democratic process of deciding what statements and policy suggestions made it into the platform. The plank working groups met several times, began with the previous platform's planks, and then built, revised, and edited down from there. Once they approved their planks, those came to the chair for revision and editing suggestions, which were then approved or rejected by the working group. From there, the planks were submitted to the full committee. The full committee was able to motion for amendments to the language, and everything was voted on at or above quorum. We had several spirited debates over a variety of issues, but the final wording of the platform that you guys received is there by majority vote, with most planks being approved unanimously. And here's our process by the numbers. We're especially proud of those last three statistics, which are kind of hard to see, but I'll read them. We reduced the previous platform's length by 27% by page count and by 40% by word count. And more importantly, and I say this as a former college professor, we got the reading level of the document down from graduate school level to an average of 11th grade reading level, which is much closer to where it needs to be. This is a platform almost anyone can read, and for the first time ever, it will be fully integrated into the CDP website, findable and searchable with planks cross-referenced for easy reading. Many, many thank yous are in order. First, giant thank yous to Vice Chairs Kevin Benitez and Matthew Logan. I know Matthew's over here. Kevin, if you're out there, stand up. Please stand and be recognized. Hi, guys. Awesome. And I'd like to thank the individual plank working group leaders. So as I call your name, if you could stand and be recognized as well. Without you, the planks wouldn't have been written or aligned with the other planks. Your hard work and dedication to what we're all doing here is phenomenal. Thank you. Several of these folks, by the way, led two planks. Spike Brandt, Mary Dodd, Mary, Christina Giles, Scott Holtzclaw, Adam Krug, Eagle Lewis, Tara Mastracchio, Michael Neal, Sherry Perdue, Colin Reiger, Brad Vickers, and Nathan Wilkes. We are so proud of what we're presenting to you today, the Democrats and the voters of Colorado. We believe it will be an easier to digest and more approachable platform for voters who might never have read one before. And we believe it will inspire more candidates to run for office. The committee was a dedicated group of volunteers who committed an incredible amount of time and energy, and several of us intend to keep working to promote the platform in the time between state assembly and the next reorg. We encourage more people to get involved in the platform process in the coming years. There are two minority reports that Chair Murab will introduce in a second. Minority Report number 1 was not voted on by the full committee, so it's new language. Minority Report number 2 was voted on by the full committee and was not approved, barely. We humbly ask that you vote yes to adopt your Colorado Democratic Party's 2026 state platform. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, platform. An unbelievably difficult job that Jen did a fantastic, fantastic work on. Okay. So we are now going to begin consideration of the two minority reports that were submitted. Minority reports will be balloted at the same time that we vote on the full platform, and again, must receive 2/3 majority to pass. The authors of each minority report, if they're present, will be allowed to speak first for 30 seconds per the permorg this body approved, and may begin to come down to the microphones now if you are present. At 30 seconds, the microphones will be turned off. This is not to be rude or impolite. It's to make sure that everyone is treated fairly and enjoys the same time to speak. Oh, hi. They're the microphones down here. So sorry. I can understand. I was not clear. I'm actually going to talk about that in just a second. So please identify yourself to credentialed CDP staff at the microphones down below when you arrive, and please be sorted into alternating positions. The perm org allows for 4 minutes of debate per minority report, with speakers earning 30 seconds of speaking time. We will sort speakers for or against each minority report and acknowledge them in alternating order. And so right now, I want to give folks some time. If you would like to speak for or against the minority reports, with each topic and language on the screen behind me for your reference, please make your way down to the microphones. We have one over here in the lower right. We have one over here in the lower left. We have some volunteers who have a microphone that's wandering up on the upper right and then also on the upper left. And so if you'd like to speak for the minority report, I encourage you to come to this microphone. If you guys don't mind crossing over here to the fore, so sorry. If you'd like to speak against this minority report, come to the microphone on your left. The same thing for our folks in the upper area. If you want to speak for, go to the microphone over here. If you want to speak against, go to the microphone over here. So we're going to start with the first minority report, which should end up on the screen behind me, I believe.
Good to see you.
I'm not sure. Just keep going? Okay. So in the healthcare in Colorado plank on page 11, under patients first, profits last, under we will work to protect, add a bullet point at the end that reads, the 340B drug pricing program, working to close the loopholes that allow larger hospital systems to exploit it, while safeguarding the program for community health centers, treatment centers, and rural providers who depend on it. The debate is now open. If you would like to speak in favor of this minority report, you will have 30 seconds, starting with this section right here.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. My name is Kevin Benitez, and I am here to speak on behalf of the author. The 340B drug pricing program is a cornerstone of our nation's commitment to health equity, ensuring that the safety net providers can stretch scarce resources and deliver affordable care to low-income, uninsured, and rural Coloradans. But unfortunately, loopholes and weak federal oversight exist and have allowed some large hospital systems to exploit that program in ways Congress...
Thank you, Vice Chair Benitez. I'm looking over here to see if there's anyone opposed. I'm not seeing anyone. Is there anyone opposed to this minority report in the upper area? Is there anyone else who would prefer to speak in favor? Okay, debate is now closed on the first minority report. We'll now move on to the second minority report. In the Immigration and Department of Justice, State, Defense, and Homeland Security, strike all instances of dismantle ICE or dismantling ICE and replace with abolish ICE or abolishing ICE. In the immigration plank, add no human being is illegal as the first sentence in the introductory paragraph. If you'd like to speak in favor of this amendment, again, please head to the microphones on your right in either this lower area or the upper. If you would like to speak in opposition, please head to a microphone on the left side of the stage at the bottom or the left side of the stage at the top. The chair will recognize our first speaker. Please identify yourself, and the timer will provide 30 seconds.
Thank you. My name is Brad Vickers. I was on the immigration plank when we wrote the original language, which was abolish ICE and abolishing ICE. I want to be crystal clear. Dismantle ICE and dismantling ICE would be the same thing as restructuring slavery. It would be the same as considering being pro-choice. It would be the same thing as saying black lives are important sometimes. These are not comparable. We need to stand with the people. We need to stand with the protesters. We need to stand with the youth. We need to stand with everyone who has already decided how we're saying this.
Committee will come to order here. Is there anyone opposed in this lower left? Not seeing anyone. Is there anyone opposed in the upper left? Not seeing anyone. I did get word that Michael Neal would like to speak, who I believe is in the upper area. If one of our delegate support team can help get Michael Neal a microphone. Perfect. We can wait.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wanted to simply echo what Ms. Brad was saying. I think we're talking about a good but somewhat newly languaged majority report, and so changing, and especially including no human being is illegal, and certainly going to a full abolished language is what folks on the streets are asking for, and it's really the way to bring back a lot of disaffected Dems back into the party, and I think that that's going to be what you need. So I think we're asked for a minority report.
Thank you. We'll go back down for the opposition. Anyone opposed? Okay, we'll move back to the side here. You'll have 30 seconds. Please identify yourself. Oh, perfect. Hello.
Yeah, it's not I'm Bill Young and from El Paso County. It's not exactly an opposition, but it's a change to add no human being is illegal regardless of race, creed, or origin of birth, because people will find loopholes in that otherwise.
Thank you, sir. We will now move back to this side of the stage. The next member in support will have 30 seconds. Please identify yourself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Representative Elizabeth Velasco, the first Mexican-born legislator in the state of Colorado. And I am supporting this change to the platform because we are seeing attacks on our communities every day. People being kidnapped off the streets, being taken from work. ICE is not making anyone safer. Let's abolish ICE!
Thank you so much. We'll now move to this opposition. I'm not seeing anyone at this microphone. Do we have any opposition in this upper left area? Any in support in the upper right area? I see June. You're recognized, June. You'll have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair Merritt. My name is June Churchill from Denver County. I want to speak to no human being is illegal. The existence of our current immigration system, whereby it penalizes people for crossing borders and for where they were born, is a historical anomaly that did not exist when my ancestors entered this country. It would be unfair for me to support anything but this language, because that's an acknowledgement of the historical fact that my ancestors were immigrants, and when they entered this country, they were not illegal, and neither are current immigrants either.
Thank you. Do we have any opposed in the bottom left? Seeing none. Do we have any opposed in the upper left? Seeing none, we will now move back to the support at the bottom right.
Hey everybody, my name is State Representative Javier Mabry. And I am speaking in support of this because now more than ever, we need leaders with the courage to say that the best thing about this country is that we are a nation of immigrants. ICE did not exist until 2003. We have never needed an agency that is solely dedicated to hunting down and terrorizing our neighbors and deporting them to foreign gulags with no due process. They are the modern day equivalent of slave catchers.
Thank you, Representative Mabry. Coming back to this bottom left, do we have any opposed? Going back to the upper left, do we have any opposed in the upper left area? Seeing none, do we have any in favor in the upper right area? You're recognized. You'll have 30 seconds.
My name is Jacob Fosna. I'm a resident of El Paso County, and I'm speaking in support of this amendment. We need to abolish ICE. Simply watering down our language using the term dismantle is not enough. This is a Gestapo force Trump is using to take away our rights, and we fight back.
Thank you very much. This will be our final, per the perm orgis body adopted, final speaker. Is there anyone opposed in this bottom left? Seeing none, is there anyone opposed in the upper left? Okay, we will move back to a favor in this bottom
Recording
right.
in progress.
You are recognized. You'll have 30 seconds.
What's up, everybody? My name is Tim Hernandez. I'm previously state representative for House District 4. Look,
I'm no longer elected because I spend my time as a confirmer in the Rapid Response Network. We are the folks that show up when ICE is in your community. And let me just say this, because I don't have a whole lot of time. There is no reforming detaining innocent people. There is no reforming murdering American citizens. There is no reforming arresting people for speaking Spanish, for being brown, or living next to immigrants. The word dismantle is not in the Constitution.
We'll come to order. We'll come to order. Thank you. Okay, thank you all for speaking. Amazingly, that concludes debate on the platform. Thank you to the passionate individuals who both wrote the platform and also committed themselves to minority reports. I appreciate the democratic process, and we're so glad that you're engaged on this critical work. So we're going to move on to balloting, folks. Credentials needs a little bit time. A couple of the races are very tight. And so we're going to make sure that we're accurate before we give you results on anything. And so here's what we're going to do. We are going to vote on platform, and then we will announce all of the results. Does that sound good to everybody? So I'm going to go ahead and go through the housekeeping again for anyone who maybe missed it the first time. You must use your complete first and last name as it appears on your Colorado ID. No nicknames, no middle names. If you select that you're a voting member, you will be taken to the voting member ballot to vote. After you make your choice, you'll be asked if you are holding a proxy. If you are also voting as a proxy for a member, you will be taken to the proxy ballot. Please fill out that information and only vote according to the instructions given to you if assigned. If there are no instructions, you may vote the proxy as you see fit. If you identify that you are only voting on behalf of a proxy, you will then be presented with a proxy ballot. Please fill out that information, vote the proxy according to the instructions given, if any, and again, if there are no instructions, you may vote the proxy as you see fit. When you're done voting, you will complete the ballot by signing it and tapping submit. When you see the screen indicating that your form was submitted, you have completed voting. Staff is available to assist you with any technical difficulties, and designated staff is wearing yellow bandanas. So please raise your hands if you need any assistance, and a member of our team will come to help you. Again, do not send out the link to anyone and do not post it on social media. Doing so will make the process take that much longer. We will actually put the clock at 10 minutes to vote now that everyone's had a practice round and see if we can get through it in 10 minutes. If we need a couple more minutes, don't worry about it. We'll take some time to make sure everybody gets to vote. After the chair declares the voting is over, credentials will close the ballot. So you may now use your phone photo app when the slide changes to the QR code to scan the QR code on your credential or on the screen and click the link that matches the first letter of your last name. Please scan the QR code.
we are going to put 2 minutes back on the clock for credentials to complete their work. Again, we are going to put 2 minutes back on the clock for credentials to complete their work. Thank you.
You've all been dying to see. I bet you've all been wondering where I'm at. I heard things just ain't the same without it. Hold your hats, the party's on. Yes, back. I've been slumming in the hard parts of the city.
Committee will come to order. We are almost done with business, folks. We are 7 minutes ahead of schedule. How does that feel? Credentials does need a little bit of time because the races are tight. And so you want to stick around and see what happens for your favorite candidate. I want to give a shout out to our incredible Glenna and Tracy who have been helping us out with sign language and ASL. Thank you. We'll never be perfect in making sure everyone's accommodated, but we make our best effort and we appreciate everything you do for us at so many events. Thank you, Glenna and Tracy. I also very much want folks to join me in giving a huge amount of gratitude to the CDP staff. I don't get emotional about a whole lot for those of you who know me, but I get quite emotional about this incredible staff we have. Karen Asensio, our executive director. Gabrielle Meritatai, our Deputy Executive Director. Will Quinn, our Compliance Director. Andrew Nicola, our Communications Director. Joe Zemek, our Data and Van Director. Megan Stevens, our Front Office, who we stole from Denver. Sorry, Denver. I apologize. Nick Perpaki is our Director of the House Majority Project, and then Chris Rourke, our Executive Director of the Democratic Senate Campaign Fund. Please give them a round of applause. Guys, we've been able to boost their pay, they're unionized, they're getting better benefits. Every political staffer on every campaign also deserves an enormous amount of gratitude. So for every candidate you saw, there's an incredible team behind them. Let's give them a round of applause as well. So we're gonna get to results, but first I want to welcome our fantastic, our amazing, our hard-working treasurer, Andy Yace. And before I let him take the microphone, one of the biggest barriers to filling what we call orphan counties, which is counties across the state that don't have Democratic leadership, is that many of them have amassed a huge amount of debt. Whether it's from Secretary of State fees because no one has been a chair for a long time and these things don't get filed and we can't find somebody to help us close the accounts. There's a whole reason this happens. Andy has helped us clear hundreds of thousands of dollars in fines for county parties over the past year, and that means that we can bring leadership into debt-free environments to be able to start a Democratic Party. That's unbelievable. With his help, we've been able to raise an unbelievable amount of money to help us support the staff, to help us build infrastructure on the ground, to make sure that we are holding Donald Trump accountable, winning elections, and I just couldn't thank him enough for his hard work. So please welcome to the stage Treasurer Andy Yace.
Hi everybody, I'm Andy Yace and I am from Larimer County. Shout out Larimer County. I'd also like to shout out all the people. We've heard a lot of people today get up on the stage and talk about how many generations their family is from this state. I would like to shout out the people who are newcomers and have chosen this state. I am one of those people, and the reason I chose this state is because of its potential. I think we need to broaden our horizons about what that potential means and think outside of the box. On that note, thank you everyone for being here. Scan the QR code on the back of your credentials and donate what you can. I know you know what we have to do, and we have a plan to do it. But we need the resources to implement our plans. I'm here to ask that you donate to the CDP, $10, $20, whatever you can. If everyone in this room, even right now, donated $10 right now, we could take care of all of the text messages for a single congressional district or pay staff for 2 months. Thank you very much for your time, and please consider contributing to the Colorado Democratic Party. Thank you.
All right. We're going to do this one more time here. Is anybody having trouble voting for platform? Any technical assistance needed? I'm seeing no one raise their hands. Balloting for platform is now closed. So folks, you're gonna wanna stick with me for a minute. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put about 5 minutes on the clock. We're gonna listen to some great music. Credentials is doing a line-by-line review of some of the races to make sure that we can announce preliminary results. So hang tight for just a few minutes, and we're going to announce results here in just a minute. But stay in the auditorium, and we'll get you out into the No Kings rally in just a few minutes. Thank you.
catch our eyes. Late in the evening when the sun sinks low, that's about the time my rooster crows. I got women up and down this creek, and keep me going and my engine clean. Run me ragged but I don't fret, 'cause there ain't been one slow me down none yet. Get me drinking that moonshine, disfrutando de todas esas cosas que extrañan los que se van, disfrutando de noches de esas que ya no se dan, que ya no se dan, pero queriendo volver a la última vez. Y a los ojos te miré y contarte las cosas que no te conté.
¿Te pareces a mi crush?
Y tirarte las fotos que no te tiré.
Hecho, bro, tú eres linda, déjame traerte una foto.
Ey, tengo el pecho pelado, me dio una mata, el corazón dándome patas. Dime, baby, ¿dónde tú estás? Pa' llegarle con Roro, Julito, Cristal, Roy, Edgar, Seba, Oscar, Darnell y Big J tocando bata. Hoy la calle la dejamos esbarata.
Y sería que nunca yo me toque el guiro.
Yo veo tu nombre y me salen suspiros. No sé si son petardos o si son tiros. Mi blanquita, perico, mi kilo. Yo estoy en PR tranquilo, pero debí tirar más fotos de cuando te tuve. Debí darte más besos y abrazos las veces que pude. Ey, ojalá que los míos nunca se muden. Y si hoy me emborracho, pues que me ayuden. Debí tirar más fotos de cuando te tuve. Debí darte más besos y abrazos las veces que pude. Ojalá que los míos nunca se muden. Y si hoy me emborracho, pues que me ayuden. Ey, hoy voy a estar con abuelo todo el día jugando dominó. Si me pregunto si aún pienso en ti, yo le digo que no. Que mi estadía cerquita de ti ya se terminó. Ya se terminó. Ey, que prendan las máquinas, voy pa' Santurce. Aquí todavía se da caña, chequeate la baby. Diablo, mami, qué dulce. Hoy yo quiero beber, beber, beber y hablar mierda hasta que me expulsen. Estoy bien loco. Estoy bien loco. Cabrón, día tú que estás caminando, yo estoy que choco. Estoy bien loco. Estoy bien loco. Vamos a disfrutar que nunca se sabe si nos queda poco. Debí tirar más. Gente, los quiero con cojones, los amo. Gracias por estar aquí, de verdad. Para mí es bien importante que estén aquí. Cada uno de ustedes significa mucho para mí. Así que vamos para la foto, vengan para acá, métase todo el mundo, todo el corillo, vamos. Zumba. Ya Bernie tiene el nene y ya en la nena. Ya no estamos para la movie y las cadenas. Estamos para las cosas que valgan la pena. Ey, por el perreo, la salsa, la bomba y la plana. Chequéate la mía, ¿cómo es que suena?
Debí tirar más fotos de cuando te tuve. Debí darte más besos y abrazos las veces que pude. Ojalá que los míos nunca se muden. Y que tú me envíes más nudes. Y si hoy me emborracho, que bueno me ayude. Better get them wheels rolling if you're really going. Shouldn't take this long to say goodbye. But you keep talking, talking instead of walking, walking. Wasting way too much of my sweet time. When there's grass that needs mowing, fish that needs catching, and trying to be pushy, don't wanna be rude. But there's beer that needs drinking, and a bar that needs closing, and a girl there that's needing holding to. Now when did you say you're leaving, baby? I got things to do. What's with all this fussing? What's with all this cussing? Leaving was your idea all along. But you keep yakking, yakking when you ought to be packing, packing. Why don't you get going so I can get on with grass in these moments?
dish of beef chow mein. Ahoo, werewolves of London. Ahoo, ahoo, werewolves of London. Ahoo, you hear 'em howling around your kitchen door. Better not let him in. Little old lady got mutilated late last night. Werewolves of London again. Ahoo, werewolves of London. Ahoo, ahoo, werewolves of London. Ahoo. He's the hairy-handed gent who ran amok in Kent. Lately he's been overheard in Mayfair. You better stay away from him. He'll rip your lungs out, Jim. I'd like to meet his tailor. Ahoo, werewolves of London. Ahoo, ahoo, werewolves of London. Ahoo. Well, I saw Lon Chaney walking with the Queen, doing the werewolves of London. I saw Lon Chaney Jr. walking with the Queen, doing the werewolves of London. I saw a werewolf drinking a pina colada at Trader Vic's. His hair was perfect. Werewolves of London. Proper.
Don't get too excited yet. So we have one race where the eligibility has come down to a handful of votes. And so Credentials is doing a run through of just a couple dozen votes to make sure that they have all the technical errors, if there are any, corrected. Everything is happening very, very deliberately down there, and so Credentials tells me they'll be ready in a few minutes, but I want to make sure you guys knew what was going on exactly. So we're just going to take a couple more minutes, but we are close to being able to announce it's just one more race that we are making sure we have everything 100% accurate on. We'll be back soon. The committee will stand at ease.
Sing tunes that you know and love so. Southern nights, just as good even when closed your eyes. I apologize to anyone who can truly say that he has found a better way. Southern skies, have you ever noticed southern skies? Well, its precious beauty lies just beyond the eye. It goes running through the soul like the stories told of old. Old man, he and his dog that walked the old land. Every flower touched his cold hand as he slowly walked by. The weeping willows cry for joy. Joy feels so good. It feels so good. It's frightening. Wish I could stop this world from fighting. Mystery like this and many others in the trees, flow in the night in the southern sky. Southern nights, they feel so good. It's a frightening. Wish I could stop this world from fighting. Down, 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 down,
Now here you go again, you say you want your freedom. Well, who am I to keep you down? It's only right that you should play the way you feel it. But listen carefully to the sound of your loneliness, like a heartbeat as you breathe in the stillness of not knowing what you have and what you love and what you have and what you love. Oh, thunder only.
Committee will come to order. Okay, we are going to read you the preliminary results. Now remember, these are preliminary results. Credentials will always run an audit and then send out the final results in a report for candidates, for delegates, for the party, and for the media to review. We're going to start with the platform. The first minority report on drug pricing passed 97.8% to 2.2%. The second minority report passed 92.4% to 7.6% against. Both minority reports are adopted. And then shall the platform be adopted? 97.2% in favor, 2.8% no. The platform of the 2026 Colorado Democratic Party is adopted. We are now going to read the results of the candidate races. We're going to start with the U.S. Senate contest. Hell yeah. A reminder that a candidate must receive 30% to make June's primary ballot. So at the U.S. Senate, Jessica Williams, 1.2%, Karen Breslin, 24.4%, and Julie Gonzalez, 74.4%. Congratulations to Senator Gonzalez. Senadora Gonzalez. We will now move on to the governor's contest. Antonio Martinez received 3.9%. Eric Underwood received 6%. Attorney General Weiser received 90.2%. Congratulations, Attorney General Weiser. Attorney General. Michael Dougherty, 17.6%. David Seligman, 40.6%. Secretary of State Jenna Griswold, 41.8%. Congratulations to David Seligman and Jenna Griswold. Secretary of State. Committee will come to order. Secretary of State. Senator Jesse Danielson, 36.9%. Clerk Amanda Gonzalez, 63.1%. Congratulations to Senator Danielson and Clerk Gonzalez. And Treasurer John Mickus, 27.2%. Representative Titone, 29.1%. And Senator Jeff Bridges, 43.7%. Congratulations to Senator Bridges. All right, folks, there is a big No Kings rally convening just outside this building. Are you ready to go send Donald Trump a message? Thank you for doing this incredible work of democracy. We appreciate you all. The chair will entertain a motion to adjourn this assembly. So moved. Is there a second? Any opposed? This committee is adjourned.